Now opening the April 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. We will begin with public comment on closed session agenda items. The agenda items are public employee performance evaluation, public employee discipline dismissal release, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, and student expulsions. I'm going to allow 90 seconds for each public comment. I'll read 3 names at a time. So when you hear your name, please come up to the podium. All right, so first will be Jordan Henry, followed by Brenda Rodriguez, followed by Brittany Gids. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Rodriguez. I'm a math teacher at Maria Carrillo. The following outlines a concerning sequence of events and raises serious questions regarding the decision to remove Amy Weiss as principal of MCHS. We have shared a complete document with you, and these are only highlights. Based on these facts, we respectfully request the board and cabinet officials to reconsider this decision and reinstate Ms. Weiss as principal for the upcoming school year. On Monday, March 10th, the Youth Truth Survey results from Maria Carrillo are overwhelmingly positive across feedback from families, students, and staff. On Thursday, March 13th, Amy Weiss, a dedicated leader with 6 years of MCHS vice principal and 1 year as principal, receives notification that she is not a good fit for the school and will not be employed within the district for the upcoming school year. This news comes without any prior indication of performance concerns. Disturbingly, Dr. Morales reportedly informed 2 SRCS Leadership Council students that the decision to remove Ms. Weiss was for their protection. This vague and alarming statement lacks transparency and warrants further scrutiny. The assertion that Ms. Weiss is not the right fit after 7 years of service at MCHS is illogical and unsubstantiated. The absence of any negative formal evaluations throughout her tenure further undermines this claim. April 2nd, Ms. Weiss is offered a position as an elementary school principal by HR. This decision is perplexing, particularly if the rationale for her removal from Carrillo involves safety and security concerns, as hinted at by the cabinet. Allowing her to remain as a high school principal for the remainder of the year further contradicts this implication. The logic of deeming her unfit for a high school principalship,
Thank you. Your time is up.
One is unclear.
Next is Jordan Henry, followed by Brittany Gids, followed by, I'm really sorry, I can't read this. The last name starts with a W, Wold something. Go ahead, Jordan.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Jordan Henry, and I'm an English teacher at Maria Carrillo. As of Tuesday, April 8th, official verification confirms that Principal Weiss has never received any negative or unsatisfactory performance evaluations from HR. This irrefutable fact directly contradicts any implication that her removal was performance-related. The SRCS board's apparent failure to investigate the evaluation process and the cabinet's reasoning behind Ms. Weiss's removal is a significant oversight. It is the board's responsibility to understand the precise information and rationale used to justify this decision. If this decision was based on inaccurate or incomplete information or made without affording Ms. Weiss due process and an opportunity to respond, it represents a serious breach of trust and sound governance. This decision also constitutes a grave error in judgment and a potential violation of her rights. The complete lack of a public explanation for her removal, despite repeated requests from the community and during meetings with cabinet, creates a significant appearance of impropriety and undermines transparency and trust. While confidentiality laws may restrict the public disclosure of specific details, the SRCS board has a fundamental right and responsibility to be fully informed of the rationale behind the significant administrative decision, particularly in light of the absence of any documented performance issues. Despite Dr. Morales' claim that the decision was not made in isolation, the responsibility for this action rests squarely with the SRCS cabinet. The recent reinstatement of Kyla Brady-Long sets a clear precedent for the cabinet to reconsider past decisions to ensure stability. Reinstating Amy Weiss as principal of Maria Carrillo High School would provide students with essential continuity and stability during a period of significant district-wide change. Reconsidering this flawed decision and reinstating Ms. Weiss would be a crucial step towards restoring trust and confidence.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Brittany Gids, followed by, sorry, how do you say it? Followed by Lisa Greenstein. Go ahead, Brittany.
My name is Brittany Geddes. I'm the math department chair at Maria Carrillo High School. We implore the board to take immediate action to rectify this situation. It is not too late to do what is right and bring Amy Weiss back to MCHS. We urge a thorough review of the circumstances surrounding her removal and a decision that prioritizes the best interests of Maria Carrillo High School community. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Mr. Woldlasek, followed by Lisa Greenstein, followed by Maddie Doyle.
Good evening. My name is Sai Waldeslassie. I work Maria Carrillo High School for 29 years. In 29 years, my experience, a lot of administration, teachers leave and come and go. From the 29 years, in my experience, the 4 administration I remember, Pam Demlin, Mark Lake, Vicky Zan, Amy, they care about school, they care about safety all the time. For emergency, when I go ask them, they repeat right away, they stop what they're doing and they come, fixes the problem. So please consider your opinion, bring her back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lisa Greenstein, followed by Maddie Doyle, followed by Stephanie Pellegrino.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Greenstein, and I'm the administrative assistant at Maria Carrillo High School for over 10 years, and I'm an alumni parent of 19 years. I've supported 5 principals. Every admin team change significantly impacts our mission and vision. New admin need time to learn the school climate, nurture relationships, interpret policies and procedures, internal systems, complicated budgets, and effectively lead and inspire students, staff, and families. You have the opportunity tonight to pivot in the decision-making regarding the disruptive and unnecessarily shuffling of the MCH admin team. Please pivot on your original vote to reassign MCHS Principal Amy Weiss to Proctor Terrace Elementary School and your vote to lay off MCHS bilingual Assistant Principal Justin Tamala. Mitigate the disruptive ripple impact of these decisions. Vote today to reinstate Amy Weiss as principal at Maria Carrillo, and vote today to reinstate bilingual Justin Tamala as vice principal at Maria Carrillo High School. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Maddie Doyle, followed by Stephanie Pellegrino, followed by Emily Wolper.
Hi, my name is Maddie Doyle. I'm the English department chair at Maria Carrillo High School. As an English teacher, above most other things, I value logic and reasoning. One of you is also an English teacher, so I know you know the value of logic and reasoning. I've taught a few of your children, and they can assure you that I value the importance of logic and reasoning. When we're making claims, when we're making decisions, it's essential that they are rooted in logic and reasoning, otherwise they don't make sense. And what I'm really asking here for you today is to make this make sense. Make it make sense to delay counseling rehires instead of immediately allocating LCAP funds to protect as many counselors as possible as soon as humanly possible. Make it make sense to haphazardly shuffle administrators at a time when sites are desperate for stability. Make it make sense to define a good fit for a school by ignoring the repeated cries from students, staff, and families who actually make up that school. Make it make sense to remove an excellent high school administrator to an elementary school when there are no identifiable good reasons to do so off the top of your head. Make it make sense to give a community survey about what we want in a principal, never show the hiring committee that survey, allow a hiring committee to hire a principal, fire that principal when she has no documented issues, and then give the exact same survey as if we haven't already repeatedly told you what we want in a principal. I need you to stop being silent as a board and let us know how this makes sense. Bad information leads to bad decisions, so either please do something about these bad decisions or do something about whatever or whoever gave you this bad information that is completely devoid of logic and reasoning and frankly makes no sense.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Pellegrino, followed by Emily Wolper, followed by Andrea LaFew.
Good evening. I'm here to offer an outside perspective since I've only been with Carrillo since August of last year. I have seen 10 principals in 5 different schools across my 25 years in education and can say with conviction that Amy is a strong leader whose primary goal is to foster the safe and connected learning environment referenced in Santa Rosa City Schools mission statement. She is Carrillo. She spends countless hours to show up for students and celebrate all of their endeavors, is one who leads by example, emphasizing the importance of consistent and collaborative relationships among staff and students to increase achievement and promote mental health. I hope you can empathize with a community that is so dedicated to their principal that we are here repeatedly to advocate for this essential relationship. True leaders are rare in my experience, and for Amy to foster this much faith, endorsement, and loyalty should underscore how indispensable she is to Carrillo. Amy's removal shows how very little Dr. Morales and Ms. Zanz understand our school climate. There is no better fit for Carrillo than Amy Weiss. Shoehorning someone else in will irreparably damage the trust of students and staff, inevitably leading to a mass exodus of qualified teachers and apathy in students who will no longer feel valued in this community.
Thank you. Next is Emily Wolper, followed by Andrea LaFew, followed by Rachel Gunter.
Hi, I'm Emily Wolper. I'm an English teacher at Maria Carrillo High School. We all care about the welfare of our students. None of us would be in this room if that weren't the case. When thinking about childhood development and well-being, we understand how essential stability is for the healthy development of a child. We know it on a gut level, and the research certainly supports it. This year, the misguided decisions and needless administrative shuffle presented by Dr. Zanz and Dr. Morales have unleashed senseless chaos and instability and have actively harmed our students, families, staff, and entire community. By now, you've all learned that the justification for these decisions was rooted in falsehoods and misinformation. You know this isn't right, but thank goodness this afternoon, you are in a rare position to exercise control and make things right. You can change course today and reinstate Principal Amy Weiss, bringing back stability and hope to Maria Carrillo and the district. You've already recognized the good sense in returning the middle school administrators to their current sites as they undergo the transition to high school campuses. Do the same for Amy Weiss and Maria Carrillo. The students and families in the MCHS community have experienced an immense amount of chaos in their lives over the last decade, from wildfires to our neighborhood, to COVID, to enormous disruptions completely out of anyone's control. But this year, the chaos is different. You are in control. You have the power to fix the mistakes made by Dr. Zanz and Dr. Morales. Do the right thing for this community. Bring back Amy Weiss. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrea LaFew, followed by Rachel Gunter, followed by Margie Brady Long.
My name is Andrea LaFew, and I'm the parent of a freshman at Maria Carrillo High School. I want to share what Principal Weiss has meant to our family. When my husband and I attended freshman orientation in August, we were nervous about sending our firstborn off to high school. Like many parents, we've seen our son thrive under supportive leadership and struggle when he hasn't felt seen or valued. But at Carrillo, our worries eased the moment Principal Weiss took the stage. With warmth and humor, she told us our little pumpkins were in good hands. She shared her vision for Carrillo, which we saw reflected in the confident, engaged students who spoke that night. The excitement to welcome our freshmen was palpable. The sense of community was immediate, and it's only grown stronger. Whether it's a football game, a band concert, or holiday lights on campus, Principal Weiss is there, connecting with students, encouraging staff, and welcoming families. Even at the end of a long week, she shows up with joy, energy, and unwavering commitment. This is our family's fourth school, and we've never experienced a community like this one. And while it takes many people to build a strong school culture, Principal Weiss is at the heart of ours. Carrillo has something special, and removing her is deeply disruptive to that. It sends shockwaves through a community that's thriving under her leadership. It's been a joy watching our son grow this year, knowing he's valued, supported, and safe. Please return Principal Weiss to our campus so Carrillo can continue to be the strong, supportive place our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Gunter, followed by Margie Brady Long, followed by Tyson Ressler.
At the last school board meeting, President McNally, you wrote a statement asking for all of us to support each other. And I'm here to say today that both as a teacher and a parent at Carrillo, that we do want to support you. We want to support the board, our school, and other schools who've lost good administrators and staff members. Many of you on the board are new, and you have been handed an overwhelming job. And even for those of you that are not new to the board, you can't possibly know everything that's happening at each campus. So those of us who are closest to the school, we're coming to you to support you with the information we think you need to make the best decisions. 10 months ago, last summer, we were given a survey asking us who we and what we wanted in a principal. I know many people like myself responded that Weiss would be the best leader for our school, and she's proved that over the last year. We cannot replace her. So many people have said there's no replacement for someone who can come in with her level of expertise, knowledge, commitment to our school, and establish relationships with both students and staff. And then last week, we just got the same survey again, asking us about what we want in our next principal. We heard that nobody from last year's hiring committee saw the results of last year's survey. And so we're wondering who is looking at the results now. We urge you to look at those results and see what the community is asking for. And it really comes down to it. We want to know, like, if Weiss isn't good enough, quote unquote, for a Proctor Terrace, why not Carrillo? The same for Elsie Principal and others. And I understand that I can't necessarily hear the answers to those questions, but you can. And you deserve good answers. And so as you enter this closed session, please ask good questions so that you can make informed decisions.
Thank you. Next is Margie Brady Long, followed by Tyson Ressler, followed by Peter Alexander.
I'm Margie Brady Long, a teacher at Santa Rosa City Schools for the past 24 years. I'd like to respond to several points from the opening paragraph of Dr. Morales's biography, as they stand in stark contrast to the reality experienced by many in our district. Genuine dedication to community. How can one be truly dedicated to a community they haven't taken time to know? A leader who is genuinely dedicated would be able to distinguish the unique challenges and strengths between elementary and high school principals. Unfortunately, many Santa Rosa City School communities feel unheard and dismissed, feelings that are the opposite of what a dedicated leader would inspire. Building trust, fostering collaboration, and providing clear, transparent communication. There's a clear and growing call from the community to rebuild trust. The weekly emails do not substitute for true transparency. They fail to communicate the why behind decisions or to explain the process and thinking involved. This kind of communication doesn't build clarity, it breeds confusion and frustration. Transforming the climate and culture of educational organizations. This kind of transformation requires a clear shared vision, one that excites, motivates, and includes everyone. Currently, there's no trust in the cabinet. Sites feel targeted and subjected to decisions that seem arbitrary and disconnected from the realities on the ground. I'm going to jump to the end here. This constant chaos is draining. It's diverting energy away from where it matters most, our students. A real leader minimizes
Thank you.
chaos
Your time is up.
rather than generating it.
Next is Tyson Ressler, followed by Peter Alexander, followed by Brandon Foster.
Members of the board, I feel for you. You have a hard job and the responsibility to make hard decisions. I can understand and respect unpleasant but necessary decisions. Your job's made all the harder when you're working with bad information. I can see as a teacher and a member of this community that you've been frequently given bad information or misleading information or given the runaround. It's almost impossible to make good decisions on the basis of bad information. But it's not too late to respond to new information and reverse many of the unnecessary and bad decisions that have sown chaos in our community. Please reinstate Amy Weiss to Maria Carrillo. She's the best fit for us. Please also be humane to our counselors and our teachers. Do not wait until the last minute to rescind as many rifts as possible. I understand the frustration that you must feel. Our community is frequently asked for input by our district office only to have it disregarded in favor of illogical or apparently predetermined choices. As a teacher who was on the hiring committee that recommended Amy Weiss, we were not given the information from that previous survey. That was not given to us. And at this point, between surveys and our recommendation, and that hiring committee feels that our choices have been flat out disregarded and overridden. Please respect the clearly expressed needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Peter Alexander, followed by Brandon Foster, followed by Christopher Harasti.
Good afternoon. Knowledge, is this something that we're supposed to work with or just kind of like put in the back of our mind to forget? I don't know to what degree hypocrisy is in this room when we are taught and teach our students the very things that we ignore and we teach them to ignore. For the last 50 years since I was in high school, when they said, go out and make the world a better place, it's only gotten worse, and now we're in this huge mess. The mindset of hypocrisy. You disregard what Martin Luther King taught. We're a bunch of slaves and inmates, and you're going to argue about one person at the top of this chain that does nothing more than you, which is just pretend that you have the power to change everything, which you do, the most powerful people in the most powerful state. Are you here to fulfill your fate as destiny's date? Perhaps it's time for the teachers to school this nation to a higher station with a freedom strike, a strike of the system. Pull the plug. All wars are banker wars, and they're all deception, whether they're over there or over here, and you're in a war. And the system doesn't give a hoot about you. The power that you have is the power in your heart. It's a strike, like what a guy named Harry Bridges did back in the day. He shut down the ports and everything stopped. The system can handle everything that you do but a strike. And we are the most powerful people, and we pull the plug on the system. That is where the power is. I've given information to you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And as opposed to...
Thank you. Next is Brandon Foster, followed by Christopher Harasti, followed by Rob Chandler.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Foster, and I'm a grade student at Pioneer High School. And I'm here today to advocate for our Vice Principal Ryan Thompson and Assistant Principal Norma Vasquez. I, along with the student body of Pioneer High School, are petitioning the board members, our representative President Roxanne McNally and Dr. Daisy Morales, to keep our administrators on site for the 2025-2026 school year. I am here today to deliver our petition that includes 430 paper signatures from students and 285 online signatures from students, parents, and community members, totaling 715 signatures. We are asking that you please take this petition into consideration, discuss why we should keep these two trusting adults we fully feel safe with, and take action re-signing Vice Principal Ryan Thompson to our site and bring back Assistant Principal Norma Vasquez, given our increased enrollment. We hope that you will review this petition and give us an answer as soon as possible, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christopher Harazzi, followed by Rob Chandler, followed by Charlene Simons.
Right. Hello, my name is Christopher Hosty, and I'm a student at Maria Carrillo High School. I'm here to support the reinstatement of our principal, Ms. Weiss, but I'm also here to say that this board and district leadership needs to stop shooting itself in the foot. As per statement by Board President McNally and Superintendent Morales, the district needs to establish, quote, strong site teams. Ms. Weiss has understood and served our community and school for over 5 years and is the strongest member of the site team we could have, yet she was removed. District leadership needs to work with schools rather than against them. I understand the district does not want to go back on decisions to avoid reopening the whole school closure issue, but the removal of Ms. Weiss is a completely separate issue. District leadership needs to be willing to acknowledge and amend their mistake in sweeping decision in among others, as well as address the issues surrounding transparency and communication. I would like to thank Board Member Jenkins for being the only one to acknowledge this in the previous board meeting. The community understands the fiscal difficulties that we're facing, though the communication about this could improve, and acknowledges that these decisions are multifaceted. However, this makes transparency all the more important. I'd like to remind you that the protest against district leadership, near unanimous vote of no confidence, and petition to remove Dr. Morales occurred after the groundless decision to remove and move school administrators, not after the decision about school closures. Due to the failure of Dr. Morales to acknowledge or address these issues facing our district and her decision to remove beloved school administrators like Amy Weiss, I cannot support her continuing to be the leader of our schools. But most of all, please bring back
Thank
Amy
you.
Weiss to
Your
Korea.
time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Rob Chandler, followed by Charlene Simons.
I'm Rob Chandler, Maria Carrillo High School community member. Today I want to talk in support of Amy Weiss and Brad Coscarelli. It feels like there's no plan for the staffing in Santa Rosa City Schools. It's questionable as to who made the staffing decisions. I'm not actually convinced it was the superintendent. There's no local replacements for these people. Just the thought that they grow on trees is a misconception, except at the district office. They're the only people with the administrative certificates. We'd be forced to hire out-of-towners, most likely, which doesn't really work out for our local community. I'd urge the board to listen to the community, parents, staff, and students. That's something in support of Amy Weiss that I think is quite clear. You know, with the protest, the walkout, the students, the staff not being at work that day. It's not about saying the right words, it's about doing the right thing. It's never too late to make the right decision. Feedback is never reviewed, like other people mentioned as well. You know, in the case of Brad Coscarelli, he's worked at the district for over 20 years. Santa Rosa High School, very supported by the teachers and staff. And to do that to somebody, I think is not right. I think it's morally wrong. If you speak up for yourself and your school and the district doesn't like that, you go against it.
Thank you. Your
You're going
time
to
is
get
up.
fired. I think that's actually.
Thank you. And last is Charlene Simons.
Hello, I'm Charlene Simons, a teacher and parent of graduates from Maria Carrillo High School. Oh, thank you. Well, not too low. And I'm here in support of our principal, Amy Weiss, as well as the other administrators that have been mentioned here, Hidden Valley High School Principal Brad Coscarelli, and the Pioneer High School administrations, as the Pioneer High School student brought up. And also our counselors here at Creo. I'm wondering, board, who are you getting information from? Who's it that you're listening to? A name comes up to me. I'm wondering, maybe she has a vendetta against Maria Correa High School. I'm speaking from my heart here. Dr. Vicky Zanz, what gives? Are you out there watching this? Where's the camera? What gives? Do you have a vendetta against Maria Correa High School? What? Amy Weiss has been a fantastic principal for us. We would like to keep her on. You know, a couple days ago, I get the parent square thing about a survey for what qualities do you want in a principal at Maria Correa High School? And it's like, is this a joke? Well, Amy Weiss, hello? I mean, are you not listening to us? Who are you listening to? Please listen to, you've heard all of us speak already today. I hope you do take it to heart. Please reinstate Amy Weiss and the other administrators that have been beloved throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. The board will now recess to close session. Now reopening the April 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement. And we have Ed Burke here for our land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that the Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Reconozca que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo, el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa, y honró con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que la han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones. Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar de la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Ed. We will now move to C3, Report of Actions Taken in Closed Session. During closed session, the board voted to terminate the superintendent's agreement without cause under Section 11.2 of the agreement, effective today, April 23rd, 2025. The yay votes were Trustee Kirby, Trustee Caston, Trustee De La Torre, Trustee Jenkins, and myself, President McNally. The nay vote was Trustee Medina, and Vice President Manieri was absent. Associate Superintendent Lisa August will be taking on the roles and duties of the superintendent for the time being until the board can appoint an interim. The Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. There were none. Statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Adjustments to the agenda? Trustee Caston?
And I'd like to request that we move the consent calendar up to immediately after adjustments to the agenda. And we take that up after this item.
Sorry, what you're asking to move the G items?
Yes,
Up.
I'm asking to move the entire consent calendar up to take up as consent without discussion immediately after adjustments to the agenda.
Okay, is there any opposition? Trustee Medina?
Would you be okay with it being right after the special presentations?
Yes, fine with that.
Okay, any opposition moving G items to after presentations? All right, we will make that adjustment. Any other adjustments? Trustee Kirby?
Request to remove F9 from the agenda and push it to a future board meeting since Chairman Manieri is not here to respond to some potential changes that may need to be made to those policies.
Is it possible for those items to wait? All right, we will push item F9 to a future meeting. Any other adjustments? All right. That brings us to special presentations for Student of the Month and Certificated and Classified Employees of the Month. So today we have presentations from Hillard Comstock Middle School and Rincon Valley Middle School. So we'll start with Principal Bushman from Comstock.
Thank you, President McNally and Board of Trustees. I am the loud and proud principal of Hilliard Comstock Middle School, and I am so honored to present Sanayi Solario, the Student of the Month. It is my great honor to present Sanayi Solario as the Hilliard Comstock School Student of the Month. Along with being an exemplary student with a GPA of 4.0, Sinayi has made an impact on her teachers and staff. Below is a sampling of what some of Sinayi's teachers shared when asked to describe her. I am recommending Sinayi because she is a student who exemplifies dedication, kindness, and a strong commitment to learning. She is always engaged in classes, eagerly participates in discussions, and collaborates effortlessly with all her classmates, fostering a positive and inclusive environment. Her outstanding behavior, respect for others, and kindness make her a role model for her peers and a deserving candidate for this honor. Sinayi advocates beautifully for herself by email or in person when she is struggling with a concept. She works above and beyond to not just receive full credit on assignments, but pushes herself to complete the more challenging extra credit questions. She helps those around her and is kind and respectful to all students and adults alike. Sinayi is a quiet force in the classroom. Sinayi respects others. She respects herself. She handles every task with a determined energy that models what a student should act like and what a student should do. She simply cooperates. She never derails the learning environment. She enhances it, always maintaining focus and always demonstrating dignity. She is her own person and her own path, a path destined for success because she conducts herself with integrity and true grit. Congratulations, Sinai Solario, and thank you for being such a positive representative of Hilliard Comstock Middle School.
Congratulations, Sinai.
And I'll have it just for you. Yes, you. Tonight, we are going to be honoring our classified employee of the month. We are honoring Maria de la Cruz as our classified employee. Maria is our family engagement facilitator. She has been an amazing asset to Comstock. She is dedicated to serving our parents and students. She supports teachers by contacting and translating needs to parents. Maria supports the translation communication through Parent Square for our ELL students and families, and supports the student safety advisor to communicate to families regarding tardiness and detentions. She helps keep the main office running smoothly when it gets chaotic with students and their needs. Here are some of her colleagues' thoughts and reflections about Maria. She is a very hardworking person, always there for students and staff, advocates in the best interest for the students and parents, communicates very well with parents and students. She is a team player. Maria is helpful and nice. She is willing to work with some of the students who have had behavior struggles, and she does check-ins with students to help them make better choices. Some students elect to check in with her as they feel she is a safe adult to talk to on our campus. I am recommending her because I see how helpful she is with students who need extra help throughout the day. She always has a positive and welcoming attitude when I talk to her. She supports the health tech and assists if necessary. Maria is a huge support and advocate to all her EL students, and that she connects with, especially when it comes to time to take the LPAC testing. She is organized and supports the process and makes sure teachers have what they need during the testing time. As the principal of Comstock, I have had the pleasure of working with her daily as I do not speak Spanish. She has helped me with students and parents so that I can best support our family's concerns. She translates the daily announcements for me and also reads them if I am not able to make it to the office in time. These are just a few of the comments that were shared. It is an honor to have her as part of the Comstock school community. Congratulations, Maria, for being an amazing human being.
Una pregunta para Mireya. ¿Es Mireya o Marea? Okay. Just so we could get her name right. It's like me, Mireya. Mireya. Thank you.
Yay. Okay. Tonight, we are honoring Lizzie Byers as our Certificated Employee of the Month. Lizzie has been an amazing physical education teacher for many years, and we look forward to having her for many more. She has stepped up in her role, not just as a teacher, coach, and leadership teacher, but also adding athletic director and department lead to her duties as well. She has taken on these new responsibilities with grace and enthusiasm. She is truly inspiring. Here are some of her colleagues' thoughts and reflections about Lizzie. I recommended her because of everything she does for the school. She teaches, runs our spectacular rallies, puts together all kinds of Comstock team building activities. Ms. Byers is always there for the kids. She really embodies all that Comstock stands for. She is the athletic director as well, and really encourages our youth to be athletic. Lizzie loves her colleagues and always has their back. I am voting for Lizzie because every year she gets snubbed like Val Kilmer in the 1993 Oscars for his role as Doc Holliday in Tombstone. She is the most involved out of everyone here at Comstock. No contest, Lizzie Byers. Lizzie Byers has taken on the department chair with such an amazing attitude. Everything that leadership puts on her has been amazing, and she has been able to manage so many students without the help of another staff member in the gym. She shows up at all sporting events just because she cares and she knows how much that it means to our students, all of them, not just hers. These are the reasons why she was selected as our Certificated Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Lizzie Byers. You make us all proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Bushman. Next, we have Principal Coriel from Rankin Valley Middle School.
Thank you guys for having us tonight. It is my honor and pleasure as the principal at Rankin Valley Middle School to be here and to honor some great staff and a great student from my school. It is my honor to present 8th grader William Messing as the Rankin Valley Middle School Student of the Month. Along with being an exemplary student with a GPA of 4.0, William is an active member of our leadership team. Below is a sampling of what some of William's teachers shared when asked to describe him. I selected William as Student of the Month because he is not only an excellent student, but he is also a positive presence on our campus. As a TA for the office, he consistently delivers passes with a smile and a friendly attitude. Outside the classroom, William is an adventurous and dedicated runner and mountain biker, showcasing his energy and determination. He's an amazing athlete and a well-rounded young man who represents the very best of Rankin Valley Middle School. Keep up the great work, William. William is one of the kindest human beings I've ever been fortunate enough to meet. He truly is invested in his education, as evidenced by his stellar grades. He always goes above and beyond academically and socially. I wish we could clone him. William is a dedicated and positive force at Rankin Valley Middle School. His ever-present smile, even in challenging subjects like math, creates a welcoming atmosphere. He is incredibly kind and always willing to help out. William's commitment to his studies and uplifting spirit make him a deserving recipient of this honor. Congratulations, William, and thank you for being such a positive representative of the RVMS student body. All right, Natalie, you ready? All right. Natalie Long has been named our RVMS Classified Employee of the Month, and it's a recognition that is more than well-deserved. As a special education aide, Natalie is a vital part of our team and plays a key role in helping our students succeed both academically and socially. Her calm presence, strong work ethic, and compassionate nature make her an incredible asset to every classroom she supports. Natalie consistently goes above and beyond to ensure that students feel seen, supported, and capable of achieving their best. What truly sets Natalie apart is her ability to build authentic professional relationships with students. She creates an environment where students feel safe and understood, which in turn helps them engage more deeply in their learning. Her strong rapport with students also plays a major role in supporting classroom management, as she is often able to redirect students with kindness and clarity. Teachers regularly comment on how much they value Natalie's support, not only for her instructional assistance, but also for the way she brings calm and positivity to any space she's in. Beyond the classroom, Natalie's commitment to student connection and culture shines just as brightly. This year, Natalie took the initiative to start our Native American Club, a space that has quickly grown into a meaningful and vibrant part of our campus. The club has become a place where students feel a sense of identity, pride, and belonging. It's been so successful that students from Maria Carrillo High School have begun attending regularly, showing just how far-reaching Natalie's impact truly is. Her leadership and passion have created a safe and welcoming space where students can celebrate culture, community, and self-expression. In addition to the Native American Club, Natalie also supports several other student-run clubs on campus, including the Craft Jewelry Club and the always popular Manicure Club. These spaces provide students with opportunities to build friendships, explore creativity, and connect with peers in fun and engaging ways. Natalie's presence in these clubs demonstrates her ongoing commitment to creating an inclusive and supportive school environment where every student feels like they belong. Natalie Long embodies everything that we value at Rankin Valley Middle School: kindness, dedication, inclusivity, and an unwavering belief in the potential of every student. We are incredibly grateful to have her as part of our school community and are so proud to recognize her as our Classified Employee of the Month. There you go. All right. I know this guy's been up here a time or two. All right. Ian Myers has been selected as our RVMS Certificated Employee of the Month, and we are thrilled to recognize the outstanding contributions he makes to our school community every day. Ian's leadership on campus is a major reason for our continued growth and success. He's a dedicated educator, a trusted colleague, and a true champion for students. Ian plays an active role in shaping the direction of our school through his involvement in both the Principals Advisory Council and our guiding coalition. His thoughtful input, consistent presence, and collaborative spirit have made a significant impact. As part of the guiding coalition, Ian has been instrumental in helping to improve school culture and climate by advocating for and developing stronger social emotional supports for our students. His voice in these conversations reflects his deep understanding of what students need not only to succeed academically, but to feel connected and supported at school. In the classroom, Ian is an outstanding teacher who brings energy, creativity, and compassion to everything he does. He creates a learning environment where all students feel welcomed, valued, and capable of achieving their best. Ian has a clear, student-centered vision and approaches his work with an equitable mindset, always striving to meet students where they are and help them grow both academically and personally. His ability to motivate, inspire, and bring out the very best in his students is a testament to his talent and commitment as an educator. Beyond the classroom, Ian continues to make a powerful impact through his role as a coach for both RVMS cross-country and track and field teams. His work with student athletes goes far beyond training and competition. He builds character, fosters teamwork, and helps students develop resilience and confidence. Ian's dedication to his athletes mirrors the care he brings to the classroom. He sees each student's potential and works hard to help them realize it. Whether he's leading a committee, teaching a lesson, or coaching on the field, Ian Myers consistently goes above and beyond to support our students and our school. We are incredibly grateful for all that he brings to RVMS and are proud to honor him as our certificated employee of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Coriel, and congratulations again to all the awardees. We'll move now to our consent items. So we are seeking a motion on items G1 through 11.
I move items G1 through 11.
Second.
Sorry, I missed that. What happened?
I moved and trustee Medina seconded.
Great, roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, now moving to the report section of our agenda, starting with our CSEA report. President Mary Lehman.
Good evening. Good evening, President McNally, board members, Associate Superintendent Lisa August, student board member, cabinet, and everyone tuning in tonight. Thank you to everyone here tonight, to those speaking, those listening, and those just showing up. It matters. We're here because we care about the future of Santa Rosa City Schools. And that future starts now, one we want to help build together. On behalf of CSEA, we want to congratulate the students and teachers of the month from Hilliard Comstock Middle School and Rincon Valley Middle School. A special congratulations to the classified employees being honored tonight, Maria from Comstock and Natalie from Rincon Valley. Thank you for your work and contributions to our school. Last week, our members ratified the MOU on the impacts and effects of layoffs. We know this is a difficult and stressful time, especially for those still unsure where they will be next year. There are many. We are here for you. We must continue supporting one another through the days ahead. We continue to work on job descriptions. Tonight, we support several action items. May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The Guest Teacher Appreciation in May. Teacher Appreciation Week, May 5th through 9th. And Classified Employee Week, May 18th through 24th. We support the SRCS transition plan updates and thank SCO for their presence. We support recommendations to approve the reclassification of 5 classified positions. These members successfully used Appendix E of our contract to show that significant new duties and responsibilities had been added to their roles. Their initiative and growth have earned this recognition, and we're proud to see their work validated. We are the bus drivers, the custodians, the nutrition workers, the instructional aides, the office staff, the maintenance teams, the techs, the ground crews, all of us working together behind the scenes. We are rooted in service and in collective care. We understand that true purpose comes from connection, from helping others, and from holding up our communities. And we're not slowing down. We're looking forward to the finals, to graduations, 32 days away, then summer school. Be sure to check EdJoin for summer school positions and sign your students up for summer school. The news tonight about Dr. Morales leads me to stress that it is our responsibility to help our students and families move forward through the changes that are coming. We are in the throes of emergent change. Emergence is order arising out of chaos. Through this change, we can better understand the roles, responsibilities, and realities of our students, families, staff, and our community. Like Confucius say, tell me and I'll forget. Show me and I may remember. Involve me and I'll understand. To rebuild trust, we need involvement, communication, and partnership at every level. Let's engage, embrace the challenge, and empower each other to keep moving forward with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next is our Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. President Catherine Howell.
Sorry. Good evening, President McNally, Associate Superintendent Lisa August, Catherine Howell, President SRTA, representing about 900 teachers, many of whom are in the room tonight. I guess I'm going to start by saying thank you. I had to completely scrap the report that I did write for this evening, but I'm going to say thank you for listening to the voices of the employees of this district. Thank you for listening to the educators who give 100% of their mental energy and time to the future of these students and Santa Rosa City Schools. We say thank you for seeing that the leadership that we had was not the leadership that we need. Thank you for making that change. Thank you for making it quickly. Thank you for making it decisively. We hope that as we move forward through this time of chaos, which is still with us, that we can do this together with true collaboration and with voices being heard and the knowledge, the historical knowledge of the teachers being part of the decision-making process. It's not going to be easy, but we're ready for a challenge. I think we've proved that in the last few months. We're ready for this new challenge of moving forward together, of creating the district that we want for our students. Pulled out last year's t-shirt. Our students still deserve the best, and we hope that we spend every moment of the next few months getting that for them, so that the next school year will open successfully under new leadership with a new vision. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is the superintendent's report. Associate Superintendent August, I know you just stepped up. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, President McNally. I just want to say that, we are going through a huge change right now, and I just call for all of us to please treat each other with compassion and respect and, mutual collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is my report, the board president's report. Obviously, we've just made a major change in this district. I'm still gathering my thoughts about what I want to say about that. I do want to let you all know that because of this big change, I have taken tomorrow off from my day job, so I will be here present for anyone in the district who needs support. I can be at the DO, I can visit sites. Just happy to be around and talk and support anyone who needs it. Other board member reports. Trustee Delatorre.
Thank you, President McNally. Thank you all very much for being here tonight. Thank you for taking a seat in this room tonight. Thank you for joining the Zoom. Thank you for sending the emails. Thank you for continuing to communicate what your needs are as educators, as students, as family, and as our community members. None of this happens without all of us working together. And as we pivot through a leadership change, the direction that pivot takes us is incumbent on all of us to guide it in the right direction. The board could not do this alone. Our staff cannot do this alone. Our students cannot do this alone. So let's set down the hurdles and roadblocks and truly collaborate in unison and work together to find the best path forward for all of our students. We are attempting to build sites that our students want to be at, that our families want to send their students to, that our employees want to work at. And we need to do that together as we are collaborating and consolidating and designing things that we have not dealt with in this district before. And I do have faith that together we can build something great. I got to spend some time the past couple weeks visiting the Marie Curie High School Bands Boosters Magical Night of Music, which was amazing. Thank you very much to the music teachers, to the amazing musicians, and to the families that dedicate time and energy to lift up those programs and how valued they are. It's a little bittersweet, but I also went and saw the Slater Middle School's last spring concert. And as we continue to have these conversations from here forward for the rest of the year of the last event and the last concert and the last visit, I just want to continue to remind the rest of my colleagues as board members and our district staff how important it is that we show up for these communities and we make sure that they are seen and heard and respected and loved for everything that they have put into those campuses as we are closing them and moving on. Being engaged, being involved, and providing the respect necessary to truly honor the transition is a very powerful tool that we can all partake in. So again, thank you guys for being here. As we pivot, know that none of these decisions are easy, but the direction depends on all of us, not just words that we say or ideas that we have, but it's going to take all of us.
Trustee Jenkins.
So I prepared this before this evening's discussion. But I would say the last 2 weeks have been concerning for me. I've been actively engaging in the community, meeting with individuals and groups discussing our current state of affairs. I attended the Chiefs Community Advisory Team meeting, and as most of us know, the city of Santa Rosa is also dealing with budgetary concerns and needing to make cuts. As of right now, it's not looking great for SROs for the fall, as us moving forward in the MOU was only a tiny part of that puzzle, but a necessary first one. I'm disappointed in parts of our community for their continued attacking of people in challenging roles. I would encourage folks to problem solve around what you can do to support the programs. Who do you know as a collective community who can financially support programs and work with organizations to get those funded? That is a good use of energy and community. The energy put into blaming and hate in front of our children is upsetting. People act out when they're scared, and we as a district have done a poor job of making the community feel safe due to lack of communication and transparency. I get that. However, adults must do better in their own behaviors also. I attended the LCAP meeting at both LC and Montgomery, which were well attended by district staff, could have been better by the community. For those who have not yet engaged in this feedback loop, please find the link. Is it still open? Yes. Please find the link and QR code through the website or Parent Square to provide your perspective. Everyone is encouraged to fill this out to get your voice heard. A big takeaway from the presentation for me was the A to G graduation rates. While district graduation rates are in the mid 80 percentile, which is great, the district A to G grad rates are only in the mid 30s. That means only about a third of our students are graduating and ready to enter college. That is a huge problem if students are required to be taking these academic classes and not succeeding. I'd like to know where kids are succeeding and what we're preparing our students for following high school, especially if our enrichment elective CTE offerings are not reaching all students to engage them enough to find a love of learning. As a trustee, I'm getting a surge of emails from the community requesting the reinstatement of programs or courses that have been cut, and for individuals to be reinstated to their roles. To me, this is problematic as I'm not being told internally that courses or delivery or services other than those during the RIF process are being changed, and I may not have the most current info on who is where administratively, nor do I know each person individually. I want to be able to provide support, feedback, or advocacy to those who are looking to me for answers or direction. However, in this age of information, getting the facts dispersed is challenging at all levels. This is an aspect of that the district must do better on. Hopefully, the transition reports will include programmatic changes as well as updates on retirements and staffing. Personally, I want facts, not sugar-coated fluffy facts, but what is happening, both challenges and successes. Our scheduled meetings are missing the opportunity to have transparent conversations in front of the public to address the changes in financial struggles in an effort to regain some community trust. I think that we need to kind of adjust some things so that we're able to be more transparent on anything that has to do with funding. And I understand the necessity for the resolutions and celebrations to balance out the business, but we really need to focus on how we can be more transparent and communicative about the stuff that we're dealing with very, I lost where I am in here, very like upfront in our face. And then lastly, there's lots of sporting and VAPA events happening at all of our sites. I'm sorry to say I did not make it to Slater's final music production, as it was the same night as the LCAP at Montgomery. Sarah Williams is an absolute gem, and I hear it was beautiful. I look forward to what the end of the year brings for our students. Prom season is upon us. Best Buddies Prom is this weekend. A friendly reminder to any and all adults who support teenagers to always have a plan in place to pick up a teen who is wanting to do the right thing and get home safe. Please continue to have conversations with your youth about risky behaviors and decision-making. Thanks.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you, President McNally. Couple things. Well, first off, Trustee Jenkins, you mentioned all the VAPA events. There's so many going on. Say, look into your schools and support the students, show up, be there. They put a lot of work and effort into all their performances and their work. I did want to take a moment to congratulate and highlight the CCLA and LCLM band for taking first place as a band at the Petaluma Butter Nuggets Parade. They represented represented our district well, competing against, schools from throughout the county. They'll be out again at the Apple Blossom Parade this Saturday, 26th, and later on the Rose Parade. But Mr. Nava did reach out to me to ask to let people know that they're still trying to raise another, I think they still need another $15,000 so that they can make their invitation to Disneyland. So they got to get that paid off by like the middle of next month. So they're trying to raise money. So if you could support, reach out to the school, help out in any way you can. They're doing a great job there. I did also want to express a little, given all the chaos, I'm excited to see that the teachers at LC Allen are looking at moving towards a 4x4 model for scheduling, which is something that's kind of done at Rancho Cotati that I've advocated for in the past. And I think it would be a great opportunity for students to have more opportunities to take more classes, more electives, and also to help them meet a lot of those A through G requirements that Trustee Jenkins was alluding to. And the other thing that was reported by Superintendent Morales is that our IT staff has now implemented the data transition and created student accounts for the CCGI program, which I think will be very helpful in the year to come for students to have accounts to do career exploration. And as they figure out what careers they want to go into, they could see what schools offer those careers, but simultaneously see what classes they need to take and help them understand what A through G classes and requirements they need to take to get to where they want to go. And so hopefully that'll help with our numbers and getting us to where we want to be and help students understand what they need to do to get the careers that they want. So I'm excited about all those things that are happening internally in the district, despite all the chaos that we're facing. So I just want to report all that out. Thank you.
Any other trustees? Student Board Member Zuniga, do you have a report?
Okay. Quick update for the Superintendent Student Council. Yesterday we met at Santa Rosa High School and we hosted and we gave a tour. And then we went over to the nutritional services and met with Ed Burke. And he gave us a tour of the building, all the amazing instruments and crazy things that go into feeding our entire district. I learned so much. And then we sat down with Mr. Burke to discuss regarding the state of our school's lunches, their nutritional value, the taste, the effectiveness in which they're prepared, making sure they're prepared sustainably. It was an amazing experience, much needed. I'm excited to hear the report later on, and I'm looking forward to planning in the future. Tomorrow, I will be at LC Allen as a panelist for the future student representatives, which I'm totally psyched for. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Morales for creating the Superintendent Student Board, because without that, I wouldn't have met with Ed Burke, and we wouldn't have had that conversation with all of the high school representatives yesterday. And that board or that council was an extremely necessary step in the right direction when it comes to student intervention and voice, and making sure that's amplified in our district and on this board. So thank you.
Next is our school consolidation and transition report.
Our team will come down and join. While we're waiting for everybody to be seated, thank you very much, President McNally, members of the board, our Santa Rosa City community in person and online. We can maybe go ahead and start off with our executive directors for educational services with the site updates, and then we'll
Yes,
go
thank
from
you.
there.
We had, thank you, Associate Superintendent August, President McNally, members of the board, students, staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We have a couple of things to update with, starting with, we did have an Empower Teams meeting with the Santa Rosa family. I'll turn it over to Executive Director, Dr. Perez.
Good evening. So the Empower teams from Santa Rosa High and Santa Rosa Middle School met on Wednesday and had a very collaborative conversation. Some of the positive highlights, we saw that there were a lot of options for the garden, that this keeps the feeder pattern going. They were very pleased that there would be an increase in SSAs on campus. That was very well received, as well as the appointment or the move of maintaining Deborah LaPrath there as a vice principal. So they were very, that was very positive. We talked about bell schedules and some decisions around staff meeting time, safety protocols, the website being one website. So they're really beginning to coalesce the two schools. Some of the things that are still needing to be worked through, that are areas that were stated as areas of concern. The lack of sinks for art and science in the DeSoto building. We do feel that we'll be able to still address grade level science in the new building, but we acknowledge that it is not a science lab setting. And so we want to find ways to mitigate the impact of that with some portable sinks in the first year, and then look to see how, a more permanent solution could be made. They also stated concerns with administrative staff potentially being stretched too thin. So that's something we want to talk through with our administrative teams. And just the shifting of classroom sizes for the high school teachers that have had rather large classes in DeSoto, and the way that they've been trained for more collaborative learning and what that's going to look like in a smaller space. So I do want to acknowledge that these are concerns and things that we continue to work through with the team. Big highlight was Panther Cub Night, which was on Thursday. It was a really successful event. I just want to thank all the staff from Santa Rosa Middle and Santa Rosa High who made that possible, and especially thank the students who served as a panel to really help welcome the incoming 7th and 8th graders. You had middle school panelists there and high school panelists too, to also share about what it's like to be on the campus. So that was very positive. There's more, of course, in the written report that's been submitted to the board. And if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those about that, the work we're doing with the Santa Rosas. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Haley, Executive Director.
Good evening. I'm going to highlight actually elementary, which is exciting finally. So the Albert Biela Elementary School staff and students went to James Monroe Elementary School. Only the students that will be attending James Monroe, I want to clarify that, to actually do a field trip. They went on different days. They met with their classes. They did tours of the school. They met staff. They did water balloon fights. They did different activities to really start to try to build that community with each other, so they know they have familiar faces and they're familiar with the setting when they get there. It was really lifted by the teachers and the admin. They did all of the work. And then Luz Elena and I met with the librarians from SCO and walked the Santa Rosa High School Library, the Slater Library, and the Monty Library to really try to figure out how our two libraries going to mix. So we worked with the librarians. They gave us some, and President Howell attended as well. They gave us some helpful hints. It's going to be daunting. I'm not going to shy away from that. So we're going to have to really work on that, and it's going to take time, a lot of time and a lot of manpower. On the 30th, we will be having Anchors Away with the Montgomery Slater. It'll be 7th and 8th graders welcoming to the Monty campus. It would be led primarily by the, I'm like, what's your sign say? So it will be led primarily by a panel with teachers, with students, and the principal and the vice principal, Tyler Alborn. So they will be leading that. And then we are sending a survey to the Empower team to see what is they want to start working on, what is left, what are the big asks, big tasks. When do you want to meet again? Do you want to meet during a school day? Do you want to meet after school? To try to get feedback and have it led with what their interests are.
The last update together about the work with the schools is that we're currently creating an overview description of each school site that will just highlight all the programs that are in place and being designed for the reconfiguration. So we're working on another communication piece so that it's like a brochure, if you will, like here's what this looks like for our community. Great, thank you.
I think that's it from Ed Services. If you have any questions on that, or if you have any, yeah, go ahead.
Shocking. Shocking that I have a question. It's actually not a question. It's actually just
That's fine,
a
yeah.
piece of information. Not that you don't know this, but when we went through all of the consolidation stuff, the schools came up with such amazing marketing for each one. I know we had flyers from a lot of the high schools that were all set to put together, so wanted to make sure that was on your radar for the communicating out.
Thank you.
So I really applaud the positive highlights, and that's so great. But unfortunately, as trustees, we get a lot of the negative stuff as well. And I got to make sure that that is brought up and bugs put in your ear so we can ensure that these are addressed. We are consolidating 2 schools onto one site. We have now communicated to our community that those are going to be a junior, senior high school and operating in separate functions, 7th and 8th graders, 9th through 12th. What we need to be very clear when we're working with these Empower teams and building and designing is that our middle schools are not a refugee campus that was lost in a fire and are now guests on the high school campuses. So that's some mixed messaging that's coming from people that are trying to partner and work together. And it may not be as smooth as being spoken out about. And I want to make sure those are nipped in the bud and addressed right away, and that we don't have discourse built up and resentment because of things that may or may not be perceived. Specifically with our Montgomery Slater, there's a lot of issues over space. I know we're working on a new building. We're not quite sure what we're going to do yet, but our ESN classes, our PE classes, it was announced previously that there would be culinary, and now it's being announced that there will not be culinary for 7th, 8th. This is very impactful stuff that families are listening to, and we need to make sure that clear information is getting out there and accurate information so that families are making the proper choices. So it's just, you know, this back and forth and this contention between staffing that I'm hearing about through families and through staff is something that I have some concerns about, and I want to make sure team's aware of it, and we're not just hoping it's dealt with at site level and it gets worked out, that, you know, you guys have that information as well so you can help work through that.
Yeah, okay, but let's, I totally get where you're coming from. I would just ask that the public then actually listen to what's coming from this table, because we haven't contradicted ourselves with respect to, like, for example, the culinary issue. We've been giving consistent information here with respect to what was going to be available.
So your culinary issue, you had
it
a
was
principal
always
of the
a
new
wheel.
site say, we're going to have culinary when they welcome students. And now those families are being told there will be no culinary for 7th, 8th. So if you want to tell the public to listen to your table only, then that has to be communicated to our staff that's also communicating with the public on who to listen to.
Yes, I'm talking about what.
So
Just to be clear, though, in terms of what we're reporting from the table, I hear what you're saying. You're saying it's something different came from some other source, but yes, I get what you're saying. Understood.
I just want to actually address culinary, and I think it is important because yes, and it is very important to Slater. It is a very well-built built program. The current teacher, Lilligren, has done an incredible job, and I will never deny that. I met with her, I can't even get my Mondays straight, and when I went in the facility, it's state of the art. Like, it's amazing. We don't have that capacity right now at Montgomery, and that's the concern. And I don't, my big thing is I'm not going to make a false promise. And I hear, and I know what you're talking about exactly, and it was addressed. And it is important that that doesn't happen, because it's not fair. And it's not fair to the Slater team that is sitting here, and I understand that completely. And I do want you to know that. But I also am not going to make any false promises, and I'm not going to say I can bring it over. Well, first of all, I can't bring much over because I'm not that strong, but yeah, I'm not going to bring over something I cannot promise, and we cannot promise as an educational component.
And I want to be very clear to the community as well that we are trying to cut millions of dollars to right size our budget in our district. And unfortunately, that does not mean everything from both sides is going to coexist and magically fit in a space that it won't fit. That's the reality. So we're going to lose things that we love. That is a painful decision we had to make as a board to consolidate and try and right size our budget in our district. So we're not going to be able to retain anything. My ask is that we communicate clearly and we communicate the same message, that we're not having to talk over ourselves with different messaging or having to fall back and correct messaging, that we do our best to communicate the same message from any level so our families can rebuild some trust within us as a district and be bought into this build.
Understood.
If I can chime in for just a moment, and it's not, I want to be careful in that just because something looks different doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And I think that's maybe where some of the communication glitches are coming through, is that we don't have it with this short of a turnaround for what facility wise, we don't have the ability to immediately create an entire culinary space within that short time frame. There are ways to make culinary work it will look different. That doesn't mean that we aren't working towards that. It also doesn't mean that there isn't, because it doesn't come up maybe in the same way as a specific individual class. There's conversation about part of a wheel to allow, exploration. And so just those conversations are being had. There are several things that we're working through. That doesn't mean that it's not happening, and we're working really hard to make sure that those programs that are promised to move forward will be able to do so. It just may look different in that first year while we're getting up to speed.
And I think my main point to try and push through, it's just communication in unison and efforts in unison and collaboration in unison. And sometimes, this is hard for everybody. So we have incoming teachers and students trying to come out to an already established campus. Well, that campus is changing also, because unfortunately, all of those campuses were on the chopping block to be discussed for closure. So by consolidating, we're saving all the campuses by putting them in one space. It's not, you guys are closed, we don't care about all your stuff. We are really trying to do the best we can with this limited space we have to serve as many students as possible. And I think we just need to continue to bring light to that for everybody at the table, because feelings are getting hurt and and nerves are very open and raw. And I don't want that contention to build and get worse. I want us to nip it in the bud and have adult conversations that we're trying to work together, and we will do better and we will communicate more clearly, and not, don't touch my toy because you're here. This is my toy. Let's get away from that pettiness.
Agreed.
And, as facilitators of this really complex work and really highly dedicated teachers and staff, classified and certificated that we're working with, what I would ask is, when you receive that information, to let Elisa and I, know it. So as facilitators, we work to set the stage in these meetings. We work with our administrators very closely on how to support the building of a new culture. And so, when we are aware, we work closely on supporting our administrators and the teams, because this has certainly been a new dance with new steps. And I think that given the timeline, truly the work that has been accomplished has been really remarkable. And I just can't thank the staff that's working on this at the sites enough for the commitments that they've made to help make this work.
And I commend the staff as well, and I thank you for bringing that up. Like, everybody's been burning the candle on both ends to try and fit a very large project in a very short timeline with very limited space. I just ask that we continue to be respectful of ourselves and each other and how we're holding space and showing up in places so that we can get through these raw nerves and continue to try and work and build together and ensure that you guys as a team have that information so you can help staff work through those. And it's not, felt like it's something that come out of left field. That's my main communication is let's make sure we're all sharing the information and we're helping the staff the best of our abilities so we can really build something beautiful for the students.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Since we're on the topic of culinary and all this transition is a multi-year process that we're dealing with, I did want to highlight the fact that I believe there's a nice culinary facility at LC Allen High School that's been unused because of no teacher. And as we look in the long term, what happens in the future, I think given that culinary is something that's in high demand, students constantly want it, that we make sure that we use these facilities that we have in the future, year 2 or whatever we like to call it, keep that in mind and maybe bring that as part of the future work.
Trustee Kirby?
A couple of follow-up questions, since I guess we're just going to talk about the Santa Rosa middle school combination tonight. But so a couple of things you brought up, the portable temporary sinks in the DeSoto building. Can you, maybe it's a question for Director Oden maybe, but can you be more specific? Are these the little pump things that are out in the courtyard like at a concert, or are these like in the building? What are we talking about?
There's a request from the teacher for something far more upgraded than that has been submitted to the district office as a request. We know that the COVID small pump ones are not, they are very temporary. So I really appreciated that, I believe it was the art teacher that was there, quickly looked up and said, sent me a link that I have passed along and said that this wouldn't be perfect, but it's better than these other ones. And so.
Okay.
If I can speak a little bit to
Don Thomas.
so for the business services part of the update, we'll go ahead and jump into that since it kind of led there. Yes, we said, okay, what can we do in the short term? Again, because it takes time. Anything that we're going to do that requires a renovation, a change in the structure of a facility, which would include sinks, and as well as many other things, we often have to go through DSA. So Division of State Architecture, and that adds about 9 months to any project. And so that's something that I wanted to clarify this evening also as to why we're seeing things that are talking about what's happening a year from now. And that's because, yes, we're trying to address the immediate needs for these moves that are happening very quickly next year, but we are also planning in the long term to make the adjustments for both Santa Rosa Junior Senior High School and Montgomery Junior Senior High School, but also preparing for the future at Piner Junior Senior High School as that will become. So all these shifts, that's why you're seeing a lot of things coming early on things that maybe we don't have an absolute decision on yet, because if we slow the process, we actually won't be ready in that following year.
Thanks for that. Another comment on your report mentioned, you said something, and in the written report it says that classrooms may need to be moved to smaller classrooms that can't accommodate all the students. So where are we going to put the students if the classrooms won't accommodate them?
Yeah. So these were teachers that had been in the DeSoto building that are now going to go to the main building. And I'm sure someone here will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's 2 or 3 classrooms that are smaller in size. I think it's 2 that are smaller in size. And my understanding is the students do fit, but it's the instructional model that is very different in that when you have a larger classroom, you can group students, you can have a very different setup than in a smaller classroom where, you kind of have to have rows and columns and I'm sure, there'll be different iterations of how that gets laid out. So I know that Dr. Fong continues to look through solutions on campus with classrooms. A big goal was to keep the entire English department together. And so this was what was available to meet keeping the entire English department together in the main building.
Okay.
So, all right, so I believe, and I'm sure, there's other folks that know facilities far better than I do, but I mean, technically, the students will all fit in the classroom.
Okay. Follow up. So to Director De La Torre's comment about making the schools all feel like we're one big family, I've also gotten a lot of concerned comments from parents. They're concerned about my 12-year-old being in the bathroom with an 18-year-old and getting bullied. So is there a plan to perhaps make a 7th, 8th bathroom and a high school bathroom? What is there a plan?
Yeah,
that?
and so the DeSoto building has bathrooms that are in, that building is self-contained. It's why, one of the main reasons it was chosen was because it was a place that we could, ensure that only middle schoolers, that middle schoolers would predominantly have access to these bathrooms. And so I think we've addressed that by having that be the space at Santa Rosa. Our PE teachers have worked really closely on developing a bell schedule to minimize the overlapping time in the locker rooms as well, as that is another, space that has that. And with the increased number of student safety advisors, that gives us a greater ability to help support and supervise, interactions as well.
Okay, and is this something that can be, is this, let's say, division possible with that app? I forgot the name of it.
Minga.
Yeah, the Binga app. Is it something that can also help to send students to a particular bathroom or not?
Well, the app will tell you where the students are. So it'd be able to tell you if they've strayed from the area they're supposed to be. Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
It wouldn't necessarily keep them from going to an area. It would just let you know that they've gotten to an area they shouldn't be. That's all.
You can't like limit them, but
No.
it'll just tell you if they went to the wrong bathroom.
It just tell you if they're where they are. So, yeah. Yes.
Oh.
So it tells you if they're not in the right place. Yes. It's not an effective way of tracking this. I think that's to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
My experience with Minga is you just write a pass for where the student is supposed to be, but if no one checks that, I mean, I write a pass, and if they don't come back, then I have to radio for a supervisor to go find the student. Like that's all it is. Okay. Trustee Caston?
I feel like we're getting into a place where we're trying to talk through every potential future outcome. And in this school district today, we have a school with almost 800 students that has 3 bell schedules, that has 7th and 8th graders that do not go and hang out with the kindergartners in the bathroom. I assume that we can apply the same level of logic to this process as we're looking at doing the same thing with potentially two different bell schedules instead of three, and use those types of human systems in order to address these concerns, while also making sure we're getting the benefits of having fewer transitions for our students, because the fewer transitions for our students are the things that lead empirically to lower dropout rate and a higher graduation rate. So within that concept, within what we're currently doing, are we able to learn from what we're doing at CCLA and apply it here? And can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I mean, that's a theory, same theory of action. I mean, you could, if you argue in the other direction, you could find a million ways how it won't work as well. But we do have a functional example of how a span school, as you would call it, K-8, with multiple schedules and students across a wide range of grades can co-function on a campus. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go into it further.
And to that end, I think that having Melissa come over from CCLA to Santa Rosa presents like a really good opportunity to maximize on that experience. And, we have administrators there on the site that are experienced as well with multiple bell schedules. I know that Dr. Fong, having worked at an elementary school, I was also an elementary school principal once upon a time, and we deal with a lot of different bell schedules. And this is not exactly the same scenario, and that these students are a lot older. But yes, I mean, there's definitely, something to be learned from an existing site in our district that's been handling that, as you've said. So yes, we have like Melissa, who's going to,
Just
really
to
help.
confirm, Melissa's Vice Principal, Melissa Jones, who's going to be coming from CCLA to Santa Rosa High
Yes.
and has that experience.
That's right.
Yes.
And I believe she also has athletic experience as well, right? Yes. Thank you.
Right, are there other departments to hear from?
Yes, there are all the rest of them. This is just at services.
So I have a couple of updates with transfers. The inter-district transfer applications are slowing down quite a bit over the last 2 weeks. We've received 2 additional exiting applications, only 2 since our last conversation. That doesn't mean that more won't be coming, but that's how many we've received since our last conversation. We've also had 7 additional entering families requesting to attend Santa Rosa City Schools. And while in a more traditional year, we might be closing the door and saying, sorry, you have missed the window. We are opening to considerations when there is space available at the schools. Updates on our intra-district transfer numbers. We currently have, as shared in that last presentation, families who are on the waiting list. And tonight I wanted to share just a few details about that. We currently have 131 applications to attend Maria Correa High School that are still on a waiting list. And we have 128 applications for the Santa Rosa Junior Senior High, most of those at the high school level that are on the waiting list. There was actually more requests to attend Santa Rosa than there were to Maria Carrillo, but because of the larger size of the Santa Rosa campus, we were able to accommodate more of the priorities 1 through 6. All of the families who are currently on a waiting list fell into priority 7, which means none of the other reasons. And there has been a very small handful of additional transfer requests at a variety of elementary and secondary schools. So there are still families that are coming in and filling out requests after the window. We are examining the analyzed school capacity and the current pre-enrollment for the schools. And when possible, we are not placing families on waiting lists. We are moving them directly to approvals. What we are sharing with families is that we will examine our 2 waiting lists. There is 1 additional waiting list that will have to be created, and that is at Helen Lehman Elementary, because right now Helen Lehman is at capacity. And so if we get any additional requests at Helen Lehman Elementary, we will have to put those families on a waiting list as well. What we are planning to do with our waiting lists is that we are going to reanalyze capacity at the end of May, at the end of June, and at the end of July. And if at any of those 3 points, we discover that the pre-enrollment has dropped to such a level that we are able to invite additional families, we will use, as per board policy, a public lottery to draw names. So if we discover we can add 10 more applications at Korea, we will do just like our charter programs do. We will hold a public lottery. We'll draw the first 10 names. We'll call the families. If they say yes, we're done. If we are able to, we will accept a few more. The reason that we've chosen those 3 windows is because we do know that between now and the end of the school year, there will be some families that notify us that they are potentially making decisions to go into specialty programs within our district or outside of our district. And then we know that there are a number of families who make the decision to move, but they don't do so during the school year. They wait until the school year has ended before they make a move out of the Santa Rosa area. There was some, we've been giving a lot of attention to the incoming 7th grade enrollments because we want to acknowledge that right now our incoming 7th grade pre-enrollment is low at 3 of our 4 middle school programs. The one school where it appears that the incoming 7th graders, whether they are rolling up from our current elementary schools or coming in from our feeder districts, that appears to be on par is Santa Rosa Middle School, where this year we have 206 pre-enrolled for the 25-26 school year, compared to our current 7th grade enrollment of 214. So it seems pretty level. At Rincon Valley, Hillard Comstock and Herbert Slater, our enrollment numbers do look low for our incoming 7th graders. The examples are currently we have 346 7th graders attending Rincon Valley, but our pre-enrollment only has 295. So we're about 50 students short of where we would have been last year. Comstock this year currently has 190 current 7th graders, and we've only had 158 pre-enrollments, so about 30 below. And at Herbert Slater, we have currently 261 students enrolled. And right now for the 25-26 school year, we do have only 169 pre-enrolled for Slater. We are currently working with our SCO partners to administer a survey, and our goal is to have a very rapid turnaround. This survey would be targeting directly our rising 7th grade families from both Santa Rosa and our feeder districts. And we'll be asking a number of questions, specifically kind of a tiered interview or a tiered survey, starting with, are you already registered for school for the 25-26 school year at one of our Santa Rosa schools? If not yet, do you need help doing so? And if they say, yes, I need help, it would take them directly to links for how to apply. If you are on the fence, what more information do you need to help you decide? And then finally, if you have decided not to come, can you tell us why not? Because right now, while we have individual anecdotes, we don't have a good cross-section of why these might not be happening. And we know that if there's 100 families, there's 100 different stories, and we want to be able to get information from as many families as we can.
Interdistrict transfer wait list and on the low 7th grade enrollment numbers, are we able to identify if any of those are correlated to our boundary map realignments?
So when we look at the boundary map realignments, we are being very careful anytime we're working with a family and we have to put them on a waiting list. We are examining not only where their address is aligned with the 25-26 boundary map, but we also look at the second year, because there was a commitment not only by the board, but by our department, that if your second year school is not the same as your next year school, so if you are assigned to one school for the 25-26 and a different school for 26-27 because of the predicted boundaries, that we would be working as hard as we can to honor, if the family would like that, the second year request. So we have been looking at that, and we know that there are a few pockets around town where a family has a different school assigned next year than they would the following year. So we are doing that level of deep dive working with our families.
So I'm more concerned about families that are living in a boundary before it was changed, assuming they were going to a certain school. And now that we've changed that boundary, if they're making decisions to leave our district entirely, or if they are making requests to go to the school they thought they bought a house to go to.
Again, one of the challenges, I wish that I was able to make a single statement about that, but I think that every one of those situations is true. And there's probably 100 other explanations for why families might be making the decisions that they are. That's why this demographic survey that we are working with SCO on, it is not one that is being written and designed by us. We are actually working with some demographers to help us design a very valid and reliable survey so that we can start to collect that level of granularity and why families might be making those decisions.
Just to have it said, like, I have concerns about the boundary map realignment because that is situations that we created. So we could be displacing families from schools they want to go to, from homes they purchase, because we aligned boundary maps. I have concerns about that.
So anecdotally, I can share that I had a conversation with the CBO from Windsor earlier today, and he said that they do see a slight increase in their interdistrict transfer requests in the 7th and 9th grade, and it's specifically related to the Mark West area, and it's roughly, he's going to give me actual numbers, but he thinks it's about 30 students.
Trustee Cashner?
So you briefly referenced the surveys, but I think to give folks some certainty about where we're heading, because all along we've talked about a need to realign the district boundaries, especially with looking at feeder districts, is that we're heading for these surveys. We're heading to gather the data during this process. And then we also are having a demographic study in our collaboration with SCO that is going to be completed specifically with a 2-point eye towards them being able to contribute to us revisiting and providing minor adjustments to the maps sometime after summer. And so I'm more saying that as a statement, but if you could answer that is accurate from what we're tracking.
Yes. The plan is that second demographic analysis would be done on or after the 10th day of enrollment, because with the first 10 days, there is a very specific amount of validating and calibrating the pre-enrollment versus the actual student count. And so within those first 5 to 10 days of school, there's a significant amount of very traditional, not unique to this year at all. We expected there to be 1,500 students, 1,300 actually showed up, and then in the first 24 hours, an extra 20, and then 15. And so we don't do that kind of demographic analysis within the first 10 days of school. There may be a third step, and Associate Superintendent August, if you can help me remember, they're also going to be looking at Census Day, correct?
Yes, and part of what they're looking for is not just about Santa Rosa City Schools, but really about our county as a whole and specifically within Santa Rosa as a city and all of our feeder districts, what the patterns are, why people are choosing different options. And we aren't the only ones seeing this strange influx or outflux.
Yeah. And then I want to highlight and just confirm what I heard about Santa Rosa High School. And we have a waiting list for our high students, but it sounded like we also have at least a small waiting list additionally for our junior classes. Is that what I was hearing?
At this point, I do not have any
Okay.
standing waiting lists
the
at any
juniors.
of the 4 middle school programs. I do have a waiting list that is being started at 1 elementary, Helen Lehman, and at the 2 senior high schools, Maria Carrillo and Santa Rosa
So with-
Senior High.
With the current enrollment at Santa Rosa, the juniors at Santa Rosa High School, that current enrollment exceeds our current Santa Rosa Middle School, or is right in par with where we're at with Santa Rosa Middle School. How much room do we have for enrollments before we would have a waiting list?
I believe that at this time, I'm not prepared to say, because the recent decision to identify DeSoto Hall as being the new home for the Santa Rosa Middle program or the junior program of the Santa Rosa Junior Senior High. I'm not prepared, but at the next meeting, I can bring what is the capacity of DeSoto, because that would determine the capacity of Santa Rosa Middle. At this time, we believe we are comfortably under the capacity of DeSoto.
But
So-
we're on par with where we would have been traditionally for. Santa Rosa Middle.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
I have a couple of questions. So I know that we have like this bubble year with ADA, but with those numbers being low at 3 of the 4 middle schools, what actually, like, fingers crossed, we'll get them up and everything will be beautiful with marketing and all the things. But should we be prepared for the next year? Like, the Slater numbers, the Montgomery 7th numbers are concerning. And I know we have the bubble year. I'm calling it a bubble year. I don't know if that's the term that's been used before, but the ADA year, hold harmless bubble year. But what happens in year 2 if those numbers don't go back up? For the cabinet.
So those are things that we will have to determine at, once we see actually where enrollment is. And so if we don't see that increase, and again, remember, there are changes with charter things coming up as well. So there's a lot of unknowns that we will have more information on towards the beginning of the year. If we don't see those increases, then we will need to make additional reductions.
And then as my second of the 3 questions, are we able to capture the numbers? Has anyone reached out to like Spring Lake? I'm curious about the Spring Lake Middle, if they are getting a huge increase.
So when a child is applying for a charter program like Spring Lake or the RCP, RUP, those types of programs, they do not go through the traditional inter-enrollment application process. We have not yet reached out to the school to ask what is their projected enrollment at this time. That is going to be part of what the survey helps us determine, because if they say we are not coming, that, it's one of those branching kind of surveys. If not, where are you going? And so we will be able to capture that information. It's also important to realize that right now, families may have plans, but they may not be holding acceptances in their hands yet. And so it may be a very difficult question to answer definitively at this time of year.
Are we talking to them though? Can we just ask? How's your enrollment?
We have not yet, and we will
Okay.
be.
Yeah.
And then my
Spring
third
Lake Middle
question.
School is at capacity.
Say again?
Spring Lake Middle School is at capacity with the wait list.
And then for Dr. Zanz, so I'm assuming with low enrollment comes low classes and lower staff, like it'll be trickier to bring back more staff unless enrollment gets bumped back up, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. A couple questions. I don't know if it's been addressed yet, but thinking with, these huge changes in capacity and attendance, what are we doing around traffic and addressing traffic, increased traffic at the schools, and specifically at Montgomery and Santa Rosa as we prepare for the new year? Are we reaching out to SRPD to make sure they kind of help us in those first couple weeks, as they've done that in the past at some of our schools?
So I'm going to answer half of the question, and then I'm going to kick it over to the bell schedule information. But one of the things that we have already done is that we have provided our updated boundary maps to our partners with Safe Routes to School to ensure that they are redrawing their safe routes suggestions to the community to assist families with knowing what's the best way to get from my house to my new school. But one of the strategic ways that we are addressing it is through some strategic bell scheduling.
So at Monty, the middle school starts earlier it starts at 8:15, and then the high school starts at 8:30. So that has a little bit of a time lapse. However, the thought is that the high school kids would be dropped off in a certain area and the middle school would not be dropped in that. They'd be in a different area, so it would kind of alleviate that. We have not talked to Safe Schools, at least I have not, nor SRPD. And this is just something that was planned at our last one, and we just have to finalize exactly what is that going to look like. Once the new building opens up, hopefully it's a little clearer because there's a lot of congestion right now. Even one car can't get through. But so that is, the high school goes to one area, the middle school another. The buses, once again, will have both students on it, age groups, and then they'll go off the Holman Drive.
And at Santa Rosa Middle, I know this year the Magnolia project was piloted. I'm wondering, will that be continuing?
Yes, I believe it is continuing. Yeah, it is continuing. Yes. It's what we're referring to as the wheel, where you explore the different aspects of CTE. There's a curriculum with that, so yes. And as far as the drop-off for Santa Rosa Junior, Senior High, yes, the bell schedule, the start time is going to be earlier for the middle school. And the team at the last Empower Team meeting did look at a couple of scenarios for drop-off that are really direct to the DeSoto building. So a map is being worked out to make that really clear to the parents. And so also looking at what the impacts are of that being the drop-off.
And we're hoping to work about signage as well.
So from a high school parent, logistically, it's great that there's a tiered window, but know that that 15 minutes means nothing because there's a lot of families that show up 30 to 45 minutes on each side of that time. And there are definitely plenty of our campuses that are now overflowed onto the streets and cars can't even get through and drive through on the street currently on one site. Now we're going to combine those students onto a site and take those two sites away. We're going to run into a lot of problems logistically. So love the tiered time, but it's probably not going to help us much. We really need to focus on the different locations for drop off and pickup if at all possible.
And following up on that, I think also just, again, repetitive, clear communication to parents and students about where you should go, because sometimes they just do whatever.
And I would echo with lots of personal experience on this one, 15 minutes with the same drop-off location isn't enough. It doesn't work. And especially if there's only one lane, you can end up blocking the whole parking lot and access area. So looking at two locations or looking at 30 minutes for a break, I'd encourage that.
Insight from a Monty parent too. I've created my own circle because circles have changed. So with Montgomery, there's like a corner, there's the front where the new building is, and then there's the parking lot, which is where a lot of parents do. And I just create a little circle, hoping I'm not going to go into anyone's parking spot too much. But we're very creative with our drop-offs.
And I think definitely, following up on Nick's experience, connect with CCLA to understand their experience with it. Because 15 minutes is definitely very little based on what I've heard of CCLA.
Well, I think it's important that with CCLA, I actually was there for the beginning of it when it merged. And so I think a lot of the concerns also is the neighborhood, which is something we'll have to take into consideration. Definitely in the Monty area because it is a neighborhood. So it is understood.
Great. Can we move on to the next department?
Sure, special services. The last week or so, I've been spending special attention at the secondary level. We've been working a lot on finding elementary spots for our program classes, and we've been able to do that. In some cases, we've been working with facilities to some upgrades such as fencing and so forth that will have to put in at some sites. With respect to Montgomery Junior Senior High School, I'm glad you mentioned that ESN classes. I've spoken extensively with one of our current Slater and soon-to-be Montgomery Junior Senior teachers and working with Montgomery administration. We're not finalized yet, but I believe we'll have a solution to that and also working with our program manager because we really have to look at the needs of the students in each particular class to be able to establish the spaces. I attended the Montgomery High School Special Education Department meeting last week. Heard a lot of concern because there's a fair bit of room and space shifting from resource teachers and SGI teachers and sharing rooms and so forth. And so there's a fair bit of concern there, and we'll try and address it as best we can. Last Friday was at the Santa Rosa High School department meeting. Similar concern, Santa Rosa High School, the high school end of it, as you know, is extremely tight on space. We believe we've found a solution with respect to the ESN classes that were previously in DeSoto to move them into the main building, and we're looking for some additional space moves that aren't finalized yet, but I think we'll get there. And there's a pretty good solution that the Santa Rosa High School principal came up with respect to the resource teachers. And again, there is some sharing rooms involved and so forth. Last night, we held a special education or special services parent listening session. It happened to be at Montgomery High School, but it was not focused on Montgomery High School per se. It was co-sponsored with the SELPA. Had a lot of elementary school parents who had concerns about their new site and what school they were going to and so forth. And hopefully we clarified that. They also expressed concerns, will we have the bus transportation and all those details because the bus routes will be changing and so forth. A parent expressed concern about with bigger class size, are they going to be able to have the inclusion opportunities and so forth. So we're addressing those as best we can, but it was a very good session. Last week, looking forward to 26, 27, because that's what we have to do at this point as well for planning. Several of us, business services and the facilities and community partner, were able to walk the Biela site with our early childhood, Caitlin Pinella, who's our principal, to look at what modifications and arrangements will need to be made at Biela, because as you know, we postponed the two classrooms until 26, 27, but it gives us a real opportunity to design a really nice preschool site. The other point I want to mention, we had one of our community partners, Sonoma Can, walked it with us because, as we've talked about before, we'd like to turn that site into an early childhood education center or campus or something of that sort with many of our community partners with general education, early childhood education programs there, which will increase inclusive opportunities. Last thing, I've met just about every week with SELPA and SCO in terms of support they can provide. As you know, in addition to these school consolidation, we are also taking back a number of students from SCO and non-public schools. So we are actually in hiring mode with respect to teachers. And this week we were also identifying where there were vacancies and so forth. I don't know that's Dr. Zan's department, but so that the displaced teachers can have an opportunity to choose sites. But as part of that, we've asked SELPA to provide, particularly with behavioral support and behavioral training before the beginning of the school year. Ideally, my ask is also that we do some of that in general ed if they're able to do that, working with the behavioral services department at SCO. So I think it's a good opportunity. Again, I will say, I think we just posted 15 or 16 special education teacher positions, mostly in specialized programs, some from retirements, some from expansions. So we will have to give those new staff and new teachers a lot of support, particularly with students transitioning into new campuses and students transitioning back from SCO.
Was that SELPA meeting recorded?
The SELPA meeting recorded?
Last night?
No, so with respect to SELPA, they've been a piece of the meetings we've been having with SCO. First off, the ad hoc meetings, which we have another one tomorrow morning at 7:30, if I remember correctly. And then I've had some small meetings with the executive director of SELPA, Elizabeth Engelkin, and a SCO person and a program manager or program specialist, I should say, from SELPA, sort of brainstorming ideas of how they can support us. Yeah.
I'm curious, I know we had the presentation about like streamlining special ed, and I'm assuming we're still moving forward with that. I know it's a slow process. But I'm just saying it out loud because we're hiring more people in special ed while we're trying to streamline. It will all
Yes.
come together beautifully, right? With a pretty price tag.
A piece of that is we have to be able to serve the students that we're bringing back in the neighborhood of 30, 35 SCO students, non-public school students, and we have increased students from our feeder districts. Yes, with respect to the SCO students, the current price tag for a SCO student is $104,000. And so every student we bring back we're not putting out $104,000 to SCO, and we can serve them at much lower cost in our system. So I hope that answers it somewhat, but the optics, yes, we are hiring significantly. And if there are teachers who want to be part of our wonderful special education system, I encourage people to apply. I'm sorry, I'm trying to market ourselves right now.
Mr. Kirby?
With respect to the Santa Rosa High School space, I know you said there were challenges finding some of the classrooms there. So I had heard that perhaps you were going to, some of the ArtQuest classrooms may have to be the ones that were being taken over to utilize by special education. Is that correct? Or?
Not in terms of our program classes. And this is probably a question that Dr. Fong can answer more specifically. Unfortunately, Liz Elena, do you know? I think there may be some on the resource end.
I think it was space for specialty services. I am
Okay.
checking with Dr. Fong. There's no classes being
So, but it
moved
could be
into
for like, sorry to have this conversation out loud, but for like a speech language pathologist and that sort of
Yes.
thing. We'll
Yeah,
check
office-
on that. I know we're
office
not
spaces.
moving any of our classes into
No.
that area.
Now, my understanding too is it's office spaces that
Okay.
are, yeah.
Just to follow up on that one, if we can just make sure that it's not any of the studios or any of the places that the ArtQuest students are using for their project work, that'd be
I think
great.
it was storage, some rooms that had been for storage, but we'll definitely double check.
Yeah.
But we need spaces for
Yeah.
IEPs and speech services and
Well, and if they're shared, that makes sense. And I just want to make sure that as those students are working on their projects and in their program, that they still have the spaces they need to continue doing that.
we're certainly working towards that.
Yeah.
But as you can understand, we're attempting a big thing to combine.
yeah.
So there's, we've talked about there's pressure points in different places with this.
And so if we go in that direction, if we can do it through shared scheduling or, still having the spaces available during certain times, if it's a space need for specific interviews or test taking, like try to do share space instead of fully redesignating. I think that's an important direction to go because we also want to make sure that we're maintaining the integrity of the programs that we're using to attract students to come into our school district. So, and I know it's a juggle, but I appreciate all the work you're doing.
Next department.
Okay, I'll
Just
try
ask
and
one more
be
question real quick.
fast.
I was going to ask about the information about the programs that are going to be moved and like the accessible playground and all that. How could we get that information out to parents, the one that you mentioned?
I'm sorry, with respect to like accessible.
The accessible programs and just more information about the programs that you mentioned that were just being discussed. Like how
Yeah.
what are we doing to get that information out to parents more effectively?
That's one area I think that's an area we need to improve on. With respect to parents, program managers are supposed to be contacting parents. We have a list of questions that we gathered last night with specific parent concerns, but I think we need to do some more overall messaging to parents who are going to particular sites to answer those questions in advance, both with respect to accessible spaces, accessible bathrooms.
Yeah, so I think definitely make sure that there's follow-up that it's actually being done.
Yeah.
And that there's a good effective plan would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, yesterday we met with the teachers from Biela and Brook Hill that will be going to different school sites. We did what's called the involuntary transfer process for those teachers, as well as the EL specialists that are also being displaced that have multiple subject credentials. So after that process, we still have some vacancies and we'll be able to go back to our RIF list and start rescinding notices for some teachers. The next step that we're working on is we've put out the list of available special education positions, also for the teachers that are being displaced from Biela and Brook Hill. And they will be selecting their jobs for next year on Monday. After that, we are going to send out a survey, not next week, but this week before we leave on Friday. We'll send out a survey to the teachers from Slater and from Santa Rosa Middle School to see which teachers are interested in moving with the rest of their school site and which teachers are interested in participating in the involuntary transfer process. The secondary process is a little bit more complicated because we also have to look at people where a school site may not have enough sections for a teacher, and that teacher will also have the opportunity to select to go full-time at another school site or possibly split their time if that's what's necessary. So we are slowly working through getting all of the involuntary transfers taken care of. We have also posted a pool posting for some positions that we know for sure we're going to need to hire for, specifically chemistry and earth science right now. We've posted pool postings for that. They opened today, and I believe that we will need to post for Spanish as well. We did not RIF enough teachers to call back to fill the vacant positions with retirements and resignations.
Thank you. Definitely glad to see those science positions posted. Very needed. One that I had asked about previously that I'm concerned about is very specific ag mechanics CT position. I haven't seen it posted. I know the teacher's not returning. I'm very concerned because time is flying and that's such a very specific type of work. And I'm wondering, is that going to be posted at some point? What's going on?
So with that particular position, in order to teach that class, you need an ag credential, not anything more specific than an ag credential. And based on the number of sections that will be offered at Santa Rosa High School and Elsie Allen High School, it currently appears that there are enough ag credentialed teachers to take on those classes. So unless there are resignations or retirements that we're not aware of, or a sharp increase in the number of students enrolled, we don't anticipate posting that position.
So all the welding and all that stuff, they know how to do all that?
We have to do it based on credentials, and what is necessary for that class is an ag credential. And we have ag teachers that will not have sections unless they teach that class.
Maybe we could follow up offline just so I could better understand some of those things. Thank you.
Do we have any parameters or triggers that we are looking towards our high horizon on how we're going to communicate and better serve our counselors?
So the counselors will be the last ones to participate in the involuntary transfer process. In the staff weekly, I did let the staff know that the reason that we're pushing that off is due to the potential that some of those counseling positions will be brought back through the LCAP process. And what we don't want is for counselors to choose positions for next year, and then we reinstate some positions that they may have been in and wanted to stay in, because that will cause us to have to do it again. So we're putting that one as the last one, but solely for that reason. We want to make sure that we're able to bring back as many counselors as possible, and we need the LCAP information first.
I had another question about, we've gotten a lot of emails about French, and I just kind of wanted to find out what's the status of that? Where is it going to continue to be offered as of right now? What information could you provide?
As of right now, French is going to be offered for next school year at Pioneer High School, Maria Carrillo High School, and Montgomery High School, with just the section of French 2 being offered at Santa Rosa High School for those students that need to complete their second year.
If I can remind us why that we have to look at consolidating those programs, that is a big part of how we've ended up in the fiscal situation that we are, is by duplicating programs across all of our school sites. And so it was the direction of the board that we start specializing and narrowing to be able to meet those fiscal obligations and provide robust programs at each of our sites. We can provide more information about what that looks like as we get through this process, but I just wanted to reiterate that.
Well, I think the important part to recognize also is LOT is a graduation requirement. We need to have another language, right? And I think it can't be.
That's changing, Director Medina.
But right now it's.
No, it's officially changed from following school year, yes. You no longer need language as a graduate requirement for California.
Do UCs and other top-tier universities still require 3 years?
Yeah.
So what happens to a Santa Rosa High student who started in French thinking that they would do 3 years, and now they're only able to complete 2 years? Are there options for them to take French 3 through the JC or on another campus? What?
So I'll defer to our ed services on graduation requirements.
So what is the question? Because there are different options. It depends. I mean, we have many different permutations depending on the student and where they start and what school. We could, I guess, I don't know if we want to have this conversation right now, but if there would be online options also. And it depends. Right now, we do offer it at all 4 schools. So there would be the number of students that would be in the situation, I think, President McNally, that you're talking about, that would be kind of at a cliff, I think is what you're saying, not being able to get that 3rd year.
And
Is that your question? Go
If
ahead.
I can share the numbers, in this school year, in French 3, there were 3 students, French at Santa Rosa High. French 3 honors had 2 students, French 4 had 3 students. They were all in the same class. This is a class running with 8 students this school year.
Do you have a number on how many non-seniors are in French 2 this year?
I can look that, I don't have that in front
Okay,
of me.
I know
but-
we don't need to go into the details right now. I just want to make sure that we're not just letting students graduate, but that
Yeah.
we're also supporting them in being college ready and
Absolutely.
competitive for
Mhm.
college.
I also did want to share that there were a few families who requested a transfer to either Montgomery or Maria Carrillo because of their desire to take the upper division French. And when we had to cap at Maria Carrillo, we are still available to offer a family a transfer to a school that would allow them to continue their pursuit of upper division French. And that is something that we will continue, even though the French program is not necessarily currently listed in the description. Because it is a limited program that is not necessarily offered at every school, we would consider it as one of the priorities for intra-district transfer.
And I would love clarity on what Trustee Latorre mentioned, like if there's been changes to the state requirement for graduation, versus the college entrance requirements.
Yeah, and for us, that would be irrelevant at the moment because we want to be able to offer as many options as we can for the students right now that are taking it in high school anyway. And French isn't the only language, obviously, that we're going to be offering. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think just to add that, because, we also, we're offering it, my experience, I'm obviously a Chicano, son of Mexican immigrants. I went to LC Allen. Last thing I wanted to take was Spanish. Why would I want to do that? I took French. I loved French. It was a wonderful experience. And I think we also got to remember that, we want to make sure our students stay engaged. They want to go to school. So we got to make sure that we're offering them things that they want to take. And learning a new language is something new. But I speak of it from that perspective of someone that already has another language. I don't want to learn what I speak every day, right? So just add that insight as we develop these programs.
Absolutely.
And the changes that we can research and provide clarification on what they're going to be is that VAPA electives are going to be allowed to be credited as a foreign language similarity. So it's basically going to open up elective opportunities for students that they don't only have to take 2 years of foreign language, but they could have a VAPA course as well. So we can get some clarification on that. It's actively changing right now, but that's something that would be looking forward into next year as yes, we should offer as much as we can
Sure,
to all the students that want it, but there are some, acceptance requirements that are changing and evolving.
So we'll dig into that a little bit and circle back with a little bit more information.
Respectfully, though, if the information like that comes out, can we please hear it from Ed Services?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
that's like a bombshell for anyone
It
with
is.
kids.
It is 9 p.m. and we have yet to get to public comment. Trustee Caston.
In the same line, I was going to suggest that for the future versions of this report update, well, I think the first few of these was helpful to have them so broadly spread. If we could narrow it down to specific key points that we need to be updated on, I think we're getting into a really dangerous place because we just almost entered a conversation of changing our graduation criteria. That's our graduation criteria, and it's definitely not agendized for tonight. So I think this item is getting into a dangerous place of violating the Brown Act. And so if we could make it real narrow and just on core points that we need updates, I'd appreciate it. Plus, we haven't actually gotten to the business of the meeting yet. So I'll dovetail into your point then, President McNally.
Is there anything else any of you need to share before All right, so first I have 2 cards on this item and then we'll go to non-agenda items. You'll have 90 seconds each. So first I have Tammy Axthelm and then Alegria de la Cruz.
Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Tammy Axtell. I'm a teacher at Slater Middle School. I do not believe that this transition is going well. I feel like people need to really listen to those of us in the trenches, ask questions, find answers, and more importantly, be okay with saying, maybe our vote needs to be reconsidered. There is not one educator that I have talked to that agrees this 7 through 12 change is a good idea. It is rushed, doesn't benefit the students, and I am doubtful that there will be any financial savings. That's a problem. The decision is going to destroy educational opportunities for children. Electives are being cut, even those promised to move with the middle school, such as culinary. I am told biodiversity, ethnic studies, and 2 music classes are also being cut from Slater. 7th and 8th grade students will not have access to a weight room facility like they do at Slater. It is also a possibility that both middle school and high school physical education classes will lose 2 additional indoor spaces due to Montgomery not being able to accommodate all the classes needed throughout the entire campus. This means on rainy days, smoke days, or scorching hot days, 6 full-time teachers and 3 part-time teachers are going to be relegated to 4 indoor spaces to teach their classes. This is not enhancing students' educational opportunities. Middle school athletics will have transportation issues.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Alegria de la Cruz.
As you do your best to protect beloved curricular offerings in our district, please consider protecting our Art Quest programs, which generate nearly $1 million annually through intra-district transfers. These programs not only generate critical dollars to support our district, but they are currently facing significant reductions. I want to speak to the choir program in particular. This spring, I had the benefit of chaperoning a group of talented musicians to New York to play in Carnegie Hall. While there, I witnessed the powerful, loving, and creative energy that Marla Tusa, our Santa Rosa High School choir director, brings to the education of our children. While being wide-eyed tourists in St. Patrick's Cathedral, Ms. Tusa worked quickly to create a space for our singers to offer their voices in one of the most beautiful and distinct acoustic settings I have ever had the privilege of witnessing. Their harmony under Mrs. Tusa's direction brought me to tears. I want to quote her. Firstly, music offers creativity and expression, essential skills for growth and professional success. Secondly, choir cultivates discipline and teamwork as students learn to blend their voices and harmonize their efforts towards a shared goal. Third, research consistently demonstrates that students involved in music perform better academically and have improved cognitive abilities. And finally, for many students, choir is not just extracurricular activity, it is their reason for coming to school, a sanctuary where they find community, confidence, and purposes. Currently, choir offerings for next year have shrunk from 3 to 1, removing both the intro opportunity and the smaller intimate chamber opportunity. This will devastate this special program. As you make hard decisions, please thoughtfully analyze and consider your actions in a way that recognizes income-generating programs that provide unique
Thank you.
curricular
Your time is up.
opportunities.
All right, we'll now go to public comment on non-agenda items. Same 90 seconds each. I'll call 3 names at a time. So when you hear your name, you can line up at one of the podiums. Thank you to the team. First will be Jennifer Averbach, followed by Dawn Neufeld, followed by Holly Retzinger.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Averbach, and I'm happily here to represent Proctor Terrace. We've been busy planning on ways to welcome our families from Brook Hill. We have invited and are hoping to meet many of these families at our spring dance this Friday. We are also excited about having the Brook Hill students visit on May 20th for a campus-wide visit. However, as a site, we have huge concerns. We are set to lose our on-site family engagement facilitator. Ms. Andrea has been an enormous resource for our students and families. She coordinates campus tours, schedules and translates IEPs, registers students, monitors reclassifications of EL students, translates parent-teacher conferences, helps parents enroll their children in summer school and after-school programs such as Boys and Girls Club. She conducts home visits for our homeless and foster youth. She translates many district forms, makes many, many phone calls to parents with communication about illness and injury, helps situate new families, and all of this with a smile on her face. Our incoming Brook Hill students also are used to having a FEF in addition to a student engagement facilitator and several amazing bilingual humans in their office to support our Spanish-speaking families. As wonderful as our Proctor Terrace staff is and will be, along with a new principal, we have no Spanish-speaking personnel other than Miss Andrea. How can we adequately support our families? Hearing of a proposed off-site person who will assist as needed or as a designated day of the week person simply is not an acceptable solution
Thank you.
for our
Your time
students
is
and
up.
families.
Next is Dawn Neufeld, followed by Holly Retzinger, followed by Carolina Ortega.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Neufeld. I teach English, ALD, and newcomer English at Pioneer High. I'm here this evening to talk about a role that is often misunderstood, undervalued, and now unfortunately under threat, the role of the family engagement facilitator. At first glance, you might ask, why do we need facilitators when we have teachers? Let me answer that clearly, because they do the things teachers can't do, shouldn't be expected to do, and don't have the capacity to do. Family engagement facilitators are the bridge between the classroom and the community. They don't just translate words, they translate systems. They don't just communicate, they build trust. At Pioneer High School, our facilitators are lifelines. Without them, families fall through the cracks, not because they don't care, but because no one else is there to show them the way. We cannot preach equity and then eliminate the very people who make that equity possible. We cannot say family involvement matters and then silence the voices of families who are trying to be involved. Cutting family engagement facilitators isn't just a staffing decision, it's a statement that says some families matter less, that inclusion is conditional, and that equity only exists in words and not in action. I urge you, do not let that be the legacy of this board. Escúchenos, necesitamos apoyo, no recortes de personnel. Hear us, we need support, not cuts of people.
Thank you. Next is Holly Retzinger, followed by Carolina Ortega, followed by Andrea LeFew.
Hi, my name's Holly Retzinger. My daughter's a 7th grader at Slater, and she's attending Montgomery next year. I'm here to share my concerns about poor communication and lack of details being communicated to families about the transition to 7th and 8th graders next year. Here are some of my concerns. Number one, electives. We've been promised that our students will have access to all electives. 2 weeks ago, members of the Monty Empowerment Team right here in this room touted their plans to expand the Slater culinary elective into an entire farm-to-table culinary program at Montgomery High. The very next day, I learned that the culinary elective is actually going to be cut next year. A few days later, I learned that the ethnic studies elective is going to be cut. Choir, biodiversity, and sections of music will also be cut. Teachers are telling me this, not the school district. Why? When will parents be notified of the true class offerings for our students next year? Number two, bathrooms and locker rooms. You promised separate bathrooms for our middle grade students, yet they will actually share bathrooms with high schoolers for at least the first 10 weeks of school until the new building is ready. I have more concerns, but I'm going to skip to the end. Athletics. I see that the plan is to continue to use the Slater Middle School facilities for athletics. How will students get to Slater? Will parents be expected to provide transportation? If not, how is this plan even saving money? How much will the transportation cost the school district? Why not wait to move our students until you actually
Your
have the
time is
capacity?
up. Next is Carolina Ortega, followed by Andrea LeFew, followed by Shayna Kirk.
My name is Carolina Ortega, and I've taught at Slater for the past 10 years. I'd like to respectfully ask that as I speak this evening, you look at me and not down at your screens. Actions from our district office have severely impacted our students, staff, and the integrity of our schools. Support staff have been cut, programs have been cut, and next year, our 7th and 8th graders will be relocated to high school campuses despite the clear lack of facilities and resources. Reductions were implemented from the bottom up, disproportionately impacting students and school staff, while district office positions remain largely unaffected. Decisions that infringe upon our students' right to a safe and supportive school environment were deemed financially necessary, and still our financial outlook shows no signs of improving in the near future. Let me be clear, our students are not alone. They have us, but your teachers and your school staff cannot do this alone. We need your help. It is the district office's job to set strong systems in place that support our students and our schools, but it is your responsibility to be well-informed, and it is your duty to hold the district office accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrea LaFew, followed by Shayna Kirk, followed by Emma Thompson.
I'm Andrea LaFew, an SRCS parent and the organizer of the petition to remove Superintendent Morales. I want to thank the board for listening to the community, SRTA for their collaboration, and the 4,791 people who signed it. I want to acknowledge the board for taking on the task of looking for a new superintendent in the midst of school consolidation and budget crisis. However, I urge you to take your time finding the right superintendent to lead our district. I also acknowledge that letting Superintendent Morales go doesn't resolve the problems that we are currently facing, but thank you for taking the first steps so that we can move forward together in unity and collaboration.
Thank you. Next is Shayna Kirk, followed by Emma Thompson, followed by Heather Benson.
Hi, I'm Shayna Kirk, a parent, guest teacher, and mental health advocate in the district. I'd like to start out by inviting folks, that's parents, teachers, staff, community, all of us, to join together in radical empathy. The frustration, sadness, mistrust, and grief is all heard, and there's big emotions, all natural and valid in times of crisis. What I'm also hearing are people looking for a place to assign blame. But let's acknowledge that it's not helpful to point fingers. The district office is not against us, nor is the school board. And I see your very real stress, outrage at wanting to be heard. And it looks like one of people's most pressing concerns has been heard and responded to. I do wish Dr. Morales the very best. But now let's find a way towards getting through this next phase together. And thank you, Lisa August, for stepping up to take on this challenge and help us get through this next. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Emma Thompson, followed by Heather Benson, followed by Megan King.
Hello, I wanted to take a moment to share about an event that happened at Elsie Allen High School, hosted on April 9th. We, along with Redwood Credit Union, put on Bite of Reality. This is an event where students learn about financial literacy, where they learn how to budget, how financial institutions can help them, and how the decisions they make with their money can affect them later. This is not something that we have been able to do since COVID-19, so we are very excited to bring it back, along with a few of our other schools that have been doing it this year and in the past. I share this with you because I emailed you all twice, and I only got a response back after the second email from one person. So thank you, Sarah, for your response. I really appreciate it. It actually hurts my feelings so much that no one responded, because as you mentioned earlier today, you're encouraging us to attend events, yet you weren't able to attend the event that I emailed you about twice. You talk the talk, but where is the evidence that you walk the walk? If you have questions about the things that we are doing at our schools, please ask the teachers. We have information and we want to support you and share with you. Please, in the future, at least send a response in the email, even if you can't make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Heather Benson, followed by Megan King, followed by Tawny Johnson.
Hi, my name is Heather Benson. I'm a Santa Rosa High graduate, class of 93, and I've been teaching in Santa Rosa City Schools since 2008. I'm currently at Pioneer High School since 2013. I want to ask you to consider saving our college and career counselor and our MTSS staff. Our college and career counselor makes a huge personal difference at our site to our graduation rates. Because so many of our students are the first in their family to graduate high school or go to college, Nicole Kinsella's help and advice is critical to our students' success and their ability to envision their future. Her work with Santa Rosa Junior College, 10,000 Degrees, and other community partners is needed. She follows through with year-round events and programming for all students. I want to publicly recognize our MTSS counselor, Joanna Perdomo, who oversees the GRACE program. This program's success is dependent on her personal efforts and the time she invests into students. We keep hearing that SRCS wants to replicate GRACE at other sites, but if you eliminate her role, you will destroy GRACE. San Francisco Unified is showing leadership right now by taking heavy cuts at their district office while we're spending tens of thousands of dollars a month leasing Stony Circle. with no public timeline or discussion as to how long this lease is going to last. Why not move the district office to one of the closed schools to save money? Even if it is bond money, it would be better spent improving sites that are absorbing new students and staff. Thank you for changing our trajectory now and showing dynamic leadership by listening to what your community wants.
Thank you. Next is Megan King, followed by Tawny Johnson, followed by Sarah Derleek.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Megan King. I am a 13-year ESN and leadership teacher over at Slater Middle School. And first, I have to say thank you. You heard us, you asked our hard questions, and anyone who knows me knows I hate emotions. It's a wicked fact, and yet I am here emotionally saying thank you. I do want to acknowledge the complexity of this process and the difficult decisions that are being made. Communication and planning, though, has fallen short, and those gaps are directly going to impact our students in very real ways. You've heard it, middle school electives have been cut. It's a very clear and concrete example, as you were told to your faces. We heard it in the newspaper, it was quoted, and then it was cut. And that hurts us, and the trust gets broken. The reality of this process is it's being sugar-coated. Promises are being made, only to be revoked. It's not respectful, it's not leadership. Our specialized programs, like my beautiful ESN program, is serving our students with the highest needs at Slater, is an exemplar program for the district, and we are being left without the essential facilities. No in-class bathrooms, no access to facilities required to fulfill their IEPs. And despite what you were told, that there is space, there truly is not that adequate space they deserve. The planning simply hasn't been accounted for our specialized students with the highest of needs. You asked us to move mountains. We're willing to do it, but we can't do it with teaspoons. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what you say, John, about our new program. Our empowerment.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Tawny Johnson, followed by Sarah Derleek, followed by Melissa Wild. Tawny's not here? Okay, Sarah Derleek.
I'm Sarah Derlick. I've spoken a few times before. I wanted to thank the board for listening to your constituents. Listening here tonight, listening to teachers talk, listening to the planning for the 7 through 12, that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of time, and that's a lot of effort. And I hope that the board talks to the school district administration about the changes in administration to RVMS and Maria Carrillo High School. If you look at the metrics and data, those schools are doing well. And I wonder why anyone would bother to change things and spend all the energy there when really all of the money in the school district should be spent, all of the time and energy should be spent in trying to make the 7 through 12 transitions work and the consolidation at the elementary school level work. It's a bit like running to a car accident scene and ignoring the car accident and trying to get people out of cars that weren't involved in the accident. It's a little bit like fighting a war on many fronts. I've talked to many, many parents in Area 7, and they're going to fight to keep Amy Weiss and Daryl Coriel at their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa Wild, followed by Jen Toby, followed by Patrick Atchison.
Hi, my name is Melissa Wild. I proudly teach first grade at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts and have been working for the Santa Rosa City Schools for 15 years. We as teachers are grateful that you have taken the first step in restoring faith in the district by removing Dr. Morales. I'm here today as a member of SRTA who is heartbroken over the loss of several valued colleagues at our school. Our school community has invested in and built relationships with these educators, and these people cannot simply be replaced. How can a school build community in this unstable environment and under this duress? I'm very confused about why district leadership and the board will not allow our school to enroll the many students on our wait list. How can our school sustain itself with only 1 kindergarten and 1.5 first grades? As long as I've been at SRCSA, we have always had 2 kindergartens and 2 first grades. What is the district's vision and plan for our school and its community? Why is the district strangling our enrollment? This will negatively impact the longevity of our school. By not allowing the families on our wait list to enroll in our school, this district is restricting families' options to stay in the district. As experienced educators, we know that smaller class sizes mean a higher quality of education. If this district truly cared about the equality of education it provides to students, it would not consider maximizing class sizes without adding aides. Instead of creating a vision for a better future and making long-term plan to proactively build that future, I see a district simply scrambling and reacting to crises that it could have prevented with
Thank
stronger
you. Your
leadership.
time is up. Next is Jen Toby, followed by Patrick Atchison, followed by Maureen Cecil.
Hi, I'm Jen Toby. I'm a middle school teacher, and I've been privileged to work for Santa Rosa Schools for 30 years. And I've taught at almost every middle school except for Santa Rosa Middle during extended school years. I just have one request, and I've waited 4.5 hours to let you know this. Many difficult decisions have been forced upon our district. The community and every site has pleaded to stop harmful, unnecessary administrative relocations. This includes my own site of Rincon Valley Middle School, who has no current admin team for next year, and we have had to onboard new admin 6 years. The past 6 years, there has been no action by the board or HR to keep Daryl Coriel and Elizabeth Stevenson on site to let them grow and flourish with our staff. If we want to keep our middle schoolers, to feed our high schoolers, one way is to let them know we're going to have consistent leadership at our middle school sites. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Atchison, followed by Maureen Cecil, followed by Isolde Geis.
Despite serving different communities on opposite sides of town, Elsie Allen and Maria Carrillo High Schools have a lot in common. They both have amazing and devoted teachers, they both have incredible music programs, and they both have lost their trusted principals entirely out of the blue. When I asked the district admin directly about why Gabe Albavera was ousted after we had experienced a tragic stabbing on our campus, I was told it was entirely unrelated to the stabbing, and that he was going to be fired anyway over a personnel issue. Similarly, 2 weeks later, Amy Weiss was suddenly informed that she was not the right fit for Carrillo. However, both seem more than fit to continue being admin in this district, as they were both reassigned to 2 elementary schools far from the communities they once fostered. Recently, I heard that they were actually removed over weapons and safety concerns at their respective sites. Is that our new solution for violence as a district? When, not if, a weapons threat happens again, will we just replace an admin and call it a day? How will our admins be ready to deal with these situations if we continue to remove those who have actually experienced them? Given that they were well loved in their communities, the reason for their removal feels short-sighted and arbitrary. I don't want to believe that about the district I work for, but I don't know how else to view these decisions. We need admins we know to help guide our communities in the coming years. Please help restore trust in the district. Please bring back Amy Weiss and Gabe Albavera. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maureen Cecil, followed by Isolde Geis, followed by Holly Retzinger. Did she not already speak? Okay, followed by Nicole Guest.
Hello, my name is Maureen Cecil. I've spoken several times and sent you bunches of emails. There'll be more. To clarify, A through G requirements are based on the University of California admissions requirements, which require 2 years of a world language and recommend 3. If you choose to eliminate it as a high school graduation, it will still affect students going to the university, whether they go through the JC or another way. As far as French, French is one of 3 official languages used on our continent, the whole continent. 55% or more of the English language is based on French or taken directly from it. If you're sitting at a table, it's une table from the French. If you park your car in a garage, it's le garage, another French word, and I could go on. We live in wine country. The primary language of wine is, go for it, French. We also are foodies. What's the primary language of food? Lots of it is French. What else was I gonna say? If students take 4 years of a world language, the same one, when they get to the university level, they don't ever have to take another world language. If they don't, they still have to take 2 years at the university level. Choices mean more students, and that means more families will stay. And lastly, continuity of learning. If I get a student who has to transfer to a school where French is not offered, they abruptly have to restart that whole process. Thank you. And thank you for your decision about Dr. Morales.
Thank you. Next is Isolde Geis, followed by Nicole Guest, followed by Ken Ash Salinger.
Hi, my name is Isolde Geis, and I talked last time, 2 weeks ago, and here I am again. That's the second time for me in my 22 years of teaching at Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you tonight for your questions about French. Specifically, I teach Spanish, but I'm also the department chair. And so as I'm making the schedule for next year, we have to hire another Spanish teacher because we are not going to offer French. So we have no money savings by dropping it. It is true that there are classes that are sometimes small, and 8 does sound very small. We did not have a teacher last year for most of the time. We had a vice principal who made the lessons, even though she doesn't speak French. And we lost some students. We hired a French teacher this year, and she was excited and she was encouraged to grow the program. And a month later, she was told that she was being let go. So it doesn't, it feels bad, of course. And I really don't want to lose French at Santa Rosa High. I student taught at Elsie Allen when there was more than a full-time French teacher. There was a French teacher and a half. And they lost the program and it hasn't come back. So I really don't want to lose the program at Santa Rosa High either. I don't want people to transfer from one school to another and not be able to continue their language. We offer the seal of biliteracy, but you have to take 4 years. 4 levels.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Guest, followed by Ken Ash Salinger, followed by Lorraine Perez.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Guest and I'm a counselor at Elsie Allen High School. I was not planning to speak tonight, but upon learning that we were missing one of the board members, I changed my mind. Before I get started, I will thank you for listening to SRTA and the community and the decision that you made behind closed doors tonight. As one of the 22 RIFT counselors, I continue to show up and give my best at my school every day. All of this is stressful and messy. We need leaders. We need our elected board trustees at their scheduled meetings. You are elected officials and your constituents deserve it for you to do what you were elected to do. Be present. We are present. The students deserve that from you. Thank you.
Next is Ken Ash Salinger, followed by Lorraine Perez, followed by Carmen Molina.
I would like to start by thanking you for your decision on removing Dr. Morales and for listening to the community. But as it's been stated, that is proof that our district is going to need a strong foundation to go off of. And one of the things that is removing that foundation is removing Mrs. Weiss. She is a wonderful principal who has genuinely helped so many people, and it will be a disaster to not have her there in this transitional time. I would also like to mention things about the leadership that you have all shown. Specifically about giving information to the people. The meetings you have run do not have clear information with clear answers about what you are talking about. I've seen you actively dodge questions and ask what we want when we have already stated our answer. I was the only student at the LCAP meeting for Creo where we were discussing what should be done with the funds, not because I was the only one that cared, but because I was the only one who knew about it. At every meeting I have gone to, you have presented information without explaining it properly and expected us to carry on. And to be honest, it feels like you are ignoring not only what we want, but what we need. This is your job, and yet you act like your job is just to make sure students give you good test scores and you make good money. So if you're going to act like that, please at least give us our foundation and our principal back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lorraine Perez, followed by Carmen Molina, followed by Damaris Cordero.
Awesome, amazing job. This is what we're here for. We're here for our students. This is our future. This is our future generation right here. Good evening, board members, community members, and those joining us from home. My name is Lorraine Perez, and I come to speak today as a deeply concerned educator. And although I work at Pioneer High, I'm speaking for all school sites. Thank you, Trustee Jenkins, for raising awareness about the need for increasing A through G graduation rates in our secondary schools. And although I consider myself an educator who promotes rigor and excellence in my classroom, I know my job cannot be impactful if my students' needs are not met first. Which brings me to why I'm here. I'm here to be a voice about what has happened to the restorative programs across the district. Last month, I became aware that out of 28 restorative counselor positions, 3 will remain, 3 that will be shared among the entire district, 3 for thousands and thousands of students. I have since become informed that the district may consider keeping more of these restorative counselors, but instead of being site-based, they will be a cohort of them at the district. This is deeply concerning. Restorative counselors are effective due to the relationships they form with their students. At Pioneer High, our restorative counselor, Delmar, on average has a student impact of reaching over 300 students via community circles, Native American Club, and having his room open to students during break and lunch, not to mention the one-to-one relationships that he has. So over 10 plus years, that's thousands and thousands of students. I know my time is up, and
Thank
just
you.
so
Your
it prevents
time is up.
conflict.
Next is Carmen Molina, followed by Damaris Cordero.
Hello, my name is Carmen Molina. Tonight, I come before you as both a parent of a future 7th grader and a 4th grade teacher at Hidden Valley. Earlier this year, I was involuntarily transferred, forced to change schools and grade levels over Labor Day weekend. This disruption could have been avoided. Unfortunately, delays in decision-making have led to a pattern of last-minute changes and disorganization. We're operating with We are not operating with intention. We are operating in chaos. Because of this, my family made the difficult decision to move our daughter to Windsor Middle School. Why? Because we have lost faith in Santa Rosa City Schools' ability to provide a safe, well-planned model for 7th through 12th. Every week I hear what the district is thinking about doing, that you hope to implement changes, but we hope to is not good enough. As a teacher, if I took that same approach in my classroom, I would be failing my students. We need strong leadership that makes timely, fact-based decisions, and a district that stops functioning in crisis mode. Communication must improve. The continued missteps are not just frustrating, they are driving families and staff away. You've spoken about declining enrollment. It's not a mystery. Families and staff are leaving because they are exhausted by the instability and lack of direction. We need action. We need clarity. We need leadership now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Damaris Cordero.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Damaris Cordero. Quiero agradecer a cada uno de ustedes por su servicio a nuestra comunidad. Quiero expresar mi preocupación por nuestra comunidad de estudiantes multilingües. Muchos de ustedes expresaron en la pasada reunión no tener conocimiento amplio de nuestros estudiantes y eso me preocupó aún más por el proceso que estamos pasando. Nadie nos ha informado qué va a pasar ahora que ustedes han tomado la mala decisión de remover personal clasificado y el poco personal certificado bilingüe que apoya directamente a nuestros estudiantes. Por favor, tomen el tiempo para conocer las necesidades, no nos dejen de lado. Quizás no se den cuenta, pero sus decisiones afectan no solo académica, sino emocionalmente a nuestros hijos. Vemos graves problemas raciales como resultado de las diferencias que hacemos entre nuestros estudiantes. Siempre nos han negado la ayuda extra para nuestros estudiantes como programas, tutorías, personal certificado multicultural y ahora no solo eso, sino que removerán la poca ayuda que tenemos. En el regreso a clases no tenemos traducción, las reuniones de evaluaciones del plan 504 o los IPs para nuestros estudiantes no tienen ningún impacto para ellos, porque la administración no les importa saber de nosotros y lo demuestran a no buscar apoyo para nuestros estudiantes. Por favor, apóyennos.
This is Damaris. She said, good evening. I want to thank each of you, every one of you, for your service to our community. I want to express my concern for our multilingual student community. Many of you expressed at the last meeting that you don't have an extensive knowledge of our students, and that worried me even more about the process we're going through. No one has informed us what will happen now that you've made the bad decision to remove classified personnel and the few certified bilingual staff who directly supported our students. Please take the time to understand our needs and don't leave us aside or behind. You may not realize it, but your decisions affect our children, not only academically, but also emotionally. We see serious racial problems as a result of the differences we make among students. They have always denied us extra help for our students, such as programs, tutoring, and certified multicultural staff. Now, not only that, but they will remove what little help we have left. We don't have translation services at back to school night, 504 plans or IEP meetings for our students. They have an impact on them because the administration doesn't care about us, and they demonstrate this by not seeking our support for students. Please support us.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on non-agenda items. I need a break. Does the board need a break, or would you like the clerk to? Okay, 5-minute break. All right. All right, so we are on our F items, starting with F1, resolution for May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Go ahead, Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President McNally, Associate Superintendent August, members of the board, student, staff, and community, Santa Rosa City Schools. Despite challenges, the Asian American and Pacific Islander population in the United States of America have played a vital role in shaping American history and continue to advocate for justice and equity. This evening, the group that was going to join us, unfortunately, were, and I guess it's a good thing because we have a complicated evening, unable to join us due to conflict in their schedule. This year, the AAPI Heritage Month theme is, quote, a legacy of leadership and resilience. This theme is particularly significant as the Federal Asian Pacific American Council celebrates 4 decades of service to the AANHPI community. It highlights the importance of past leaders and the resilience of the community in the face of adversity. So tonight's requested action is that the board consider the approval of Resolution 2024-25-105, designating May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. I have no blue cards, so questions, comments, or a motion?
Move to adopt a resolution declaring May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, that being Resolution 2024/25-105.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee Delatorre. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Castro. Next is F2, resolution recognizing guest teacher appreciation in May 2025.
Okay, thank you, Associate Superintendent August, President McNally, members of the board, and those here with us and listening online. I have the honor tonight to present the resolution recognizing Guest Teacher Appreciation Month, which is May. And we have about 330 guest teachers that are registered with us. And some of them have been registered with us for over 25 years. 11% of our guest teachers have been with us more than 10 years. Also, our retired teachers tend to come back and want to be guest teachers with us. So we couldn't do what we do. We wouldn't be able to do professional development. We wouldn't be able to serve our students if we did not have these dedicated guest teachers that showed up every day, sometimes on a moment's notice. So with that, I would like to request the approval of the resolution recognizing guest teacher appreciation in May 2025.
Questions, comments, motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
The tie.
Moved by Trustee Delatorre, seconded by Trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to resolution for classified school employee week, May 18th through 24th, 2025.
Thank you, President McNally, Associate Superintendent August, and school board members. I am here to proudly request your consideration for Classified School Employee Week, which is May 18th through 24th. Typically, the third week of May has been designated as Classified School Employees Week in California by the California School Employees Association and the California State Legislature. Our classified school employees contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive instructional environment and play a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of our students. Every day, our classified employees provide essential services to ensure school sites and offices are open, can operate, provide continuity for students, parents, and staff alike. Each and every day, our classified staff go above and beyond to ensure schools are clean, safety precautions are implemented, meals are served, technology implemented, and district business operations continue to serve our students, staff, parents, and our community. Our classified employees represent a very wide range of roles and services in this district, and likewise provide a very wide and rich array of experience, skills, abilities, knowledge, and talent. The common bond, regardless of the role that they play, is the dedication and passion that they bring to the important work that they do for our district, for our students, our staff, and our families every day. With that said, I kindly ask you consider passage of this resolution.
I move passage of the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Caston, seconded by Trustee Delatorre. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. We need a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposition?
No. Sorry, who seconded? Okay, thank you.
All right, so next on the agenda is F4, Resolution for Teacher Appreciation Week, May 5th through 9th, 2025.
Thank you. I am here to present the resolution and ask that the board consider the adoption of it. Resolution 2024-25-107, recognizing May 5th through the 9th as Teacher Appreciation Week. The resolution that recognizes Teacher Appreciation Week is an important one, and we do it every year, but I think it's important to remember that the goal of Teacher Appreciation Week is to raise national and local awareness of teaching excellence and building a better society. We know that education is a grand and powerful profession worthy to be honored and respected, and excellence in education begins in the classrooms of our nation's schools. We can't underestimate how important teachers are to our entire community. And this week is to celebrate the significant role that teachers play in shaping the lives of our students and the future of our nation. We commend the dedication our educators put forth to all of our students. Taking on the task of shaping these young minds is a big responsibility. And to say that teachers can change lives is not an exaggeration. And I recall a story I just heard recently from Elisa Haley about a teacher who saved a student's life, and that former student was able to tell that teacher that, and it just was a really great reminder of how important our teachers are. So I ask that you consider adopting this resolution to recognize May 5th through the 9th as Teacher Appreciation Week.
I move the resolution for Teacher Appreciation Week, May 5th to 9th.
Second.
Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Jenkins. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
President McNally, could I request that we take items 6 and 7 out of order as they're must
I
consider
was
action
about to say
items?
that.
Oh,
Is the board comfortable with us moving 6 and 7 before 5? Any opposition? All right, so we're going to go to F6, approval of final decision of reclassifications for California School Employees Association, Chapter 75.
I almost got out of here. Okay. So every year, our classified employees have the opportunity to request reclassification, meaning that if their job duties have changed significantly in a way that they believe that their current salary range is not the appropriate salary range, or their current title is not the appropriate title, they have the opportunity to request reclassification. That request for reclassification is then brought in front of a board, in front of a group which consists of one member from District Human Resources, one member from representing CSEA, and one member that can be from another school district that has experience or is currently working in human resources. So that process did take place in February of this year. And as a result of that, the final decisions were the decision to recommend reclassifying the senior secretary position in the state and federal department from range 25 to range 28. Recommending that the community worker position, which is a position working with Indian services, be reclassified from range 17 to range 20. That the administrative assistant middle school position be reclassified from range 26 to range 27. That the human resources recruiting technician be reclassified from range 29 to range 33. And that the assistant food services transportation manager be moved from range 21 and its current title to culinary coordinator, range 22. The following reclassification was not recommended, and that was the request to reclassify library technician 2. So each of these reclassifications, if approved, will take effect on July 1st of 2025.
Board, any questions?
I have one question. Financial person, just saying out loud, this is all sound with our budget and it's not going to cause any negative impacts.
The impacts will not have a substantial impact there. I mean, the impact is listed down there, but it's not going to flip something.
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Jenkins, seconded by trustee Medina. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to F7, which has a long title that I'll let you read.
Yes, it has a long title, which is, this is a memorandum of understanding between Santa Rosa City Schools and the Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding the impacts and effects of school consolidation and closure. We entered into negotiations once the decision was made of which schools would be closed or consolidated. And working together with our partners from SRTA, we were able to come to tentative agreement on a memorandum of understanding that addresses such things as priority for involuntary transfers, the payment and organization for moving from one school site to another school site, as well as some things that were of concern to our SRTA partners, such as having to switch classrooms too often. We agreed that one teacher would never have to be in more than 2 classrooms, as well as the guidelines if a teacher in the junior, senior high is asked to work at the junior and at the senior high school, with the exception of if it's because there's not enough sections and we need to do an involuntary transfer. Bell schedules were not addressed, with the exception that this would be left to the Empower team. So there were some items that were left to the Empower teams. And then other things like moving furniture, if you can move your furniture, can't move your furniture, and we did come to an agreement that a request could be made and that that request would go through the principal and facilities maintenance and operations. And so we were super happy that we were able to get this done. Took a lot of collaborative work from a small group, but we got it done right under the wire to get it to this board meeting.
Board, any questions?
As long as question. I was gonna move it.
Just hopefully a quick question. So there wasn't any financial impact attached to this for the consideration? Is that still being figured out, or?
The financial impact for this is the same as it is with any involuntary transfer, which is the 18 hours that a certificated staff member is paid in order to pack and unpack when switching from one school site to another or one classroom to another.
The other impacts would be captured in things that come to you separately in the contracts for the movers.
Thank you.
With that, if everybody's happy on this MOU, I would like to move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Jenkins, seconded by trustee Delatorre. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zuniga,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Zands. All right, F5. Come on down, Ed Burke.
Thanks so much for having me. We were just joking, did we bring hummus? And not this time, but perhaps in the future. For those of you who don't know, I'm a huge hummus enthusiast. And like hummus, I can talk about what we do at CNS all day, every day. But I want to be respectful of everyone's time. And I'm so grateful for this clock. So I also want to draw attention. We have additional information associated with our update. That's in our board agenda as well. So I tell you what, I would love to share my screen, but I'm going to go a cappella until that happens. So no worries. Perfect. Thank you so much. So I tell you what, our first slide is a little thing we call al puro centavo. It's an idiom that we used to describe our daily work. So we are the biggest fans of describing how we're going to grow and overcome our problems together. So al puro centavo literally means to the penny, but it also means like do your best and rise above. We utilize that in the COVID school closures when we had to really redesign the entirety of our program very quickly to meet the needs of our community. And we find that still true to this day. So al puro centavo, y'all. So we have a number of goals that we have identified that we find are going to be the absolute beginning points of improving our programs. All of them are interconnected. All of them have scaffolding associated with them. And what's fantastic is as we grow in one area, we grow capacity to pursue new goals that also meet the needs of our students so much more. So for example, staffing. We're very much approaching the completion of our hiring goals which is fantastic. We have never been so well-staffed in my time here with Santa Rosa City Schools, which then gives us this opportunity where now we can start working on sustainability, reducing the plastics, and expanding our scratch cooking, which gives us so much control over everything that we do. And as a result of the work towards these goals, we've seen a considerable increase in the number of meals that we have served. Yesterday during our superintendent student council, one of our friends asked us, like, how does your budget work? We are like a restaurant. If we serve more meals, we get more money. We invest that money back into our programming. But this is more than just dollars and cents or meals that we serve. This is capacity. This is an opportunity for us to provide healthy, lifelong eating habits that we can then instill in our students. And this is opportunities every single time someone comes through our spaces to provide service. So as we know here, we have a 4.4 increase in breakfast and lunch meal counts compared to the year before. The year prior, we have a 11 and 13% increase. So this year compared to 2 years ago, some pretty considerable increases in the amount of meals that we're serving. We also had a really wonderful opportunity last summer where we increased our meal participation by 36.91%. And for context, a meal equivalent is like apples to apples for breakfast and lunch, so that we can just say like, hey, there are X amount of meal equivalents, as opposed to getting into how many snacks, how many suppers, how many lunches, how many breakfasts. We did that by really becoming a sponsor and taking that responsibility on ourselves, which gave us some opportunities to really redesign all of our meal programs. I will discuss that when we discuss our sustainability practices because it's directly related. We also have a 5-year, multi-year projection that we're using to guide our investments. We have to be really thoughtful about how we're spending our funds. And so we're looking at, if we spend this money and we get this outcome, we're seeing that outcome in 5 years as well, which helps us guide our program. So here's a neat graph. The gold is the 22-23 school year, and the blue is our current school year. And as you can see, pretty considerable growth in that time frame at breakfast. Likewise at lunch, pardon me. Likewise at lunch, we're seeing a pretty consistent increase, which is great. So we have the best news. As we said, we are nearing completion of our hiring goals, which is fantastic. Our staff have our capacity, and they give us this opportunity to pursue bigger and better things and better service for students. We are so appreciative of all of our staff members who come to work every day with a growth mindset, who are eager to do the work and really living the embodiment of Al Puro Centavo. So as we are finishing up our hiring, we're now moving towards training. We want to have the best staff doing the best work. All of our staff are responsible for safety. All of our staff, with the exception of 2, have to have food safety certifications. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that. These are manager level certifications because we are all responsible for food safety. We are doing fantastic work with culinary math. Math anxiety is real, and it certainly is real with our team. But culinary math gives us an opportunity to scale up the recipes that we eat at home for 1,000 people. We had a really beautiful cortillo de cerdo con salsa, and it was amazing. And it was like, how do I teach my staff how to scale this formula up to 1,000? So that gives us an entire team of people that can do the work of a director. Because what I want more than anything is a pathway from our entry-level position to my position, and having a clear scaffolded thing in place where we can address culinary math as a particular barrier for a lot of folks is fantastic. Our culinary skill sets are growing every day. We're getting more and more precise. And I have to say, one of my favorite things is when staff kind of roast me. They're like, hey, Ed, this is my first time making your recipe and it's better. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. That's infuriating. So we had a really wonderful time working with Sonoma Family Meal. They came in. This is an organization that trains folks on culinary operations. They came in for 2 days at our central kitchen. They hosted a number of school districts in our area. So we had these wonderful networking opportunities. And how are you doing your salad bars? And what are you doing over there? And we found the most beautiful, simplified cochinita de pibil formula that I cannot wait to unveil. I'm just trying to find banana leaves at an affordable rate. But once I get those banana leaves, it's on. So scratch cooking is one of the things that we are particularly proud of. Scratch cooking is local control. We can take feedback. Yesterday, we had a great conversation about complete proteins and how do we make sure that vegan entrees will meet the specific amino acid needs of students. If we are having scratch cooking, we can address that immediately. This is a really wonderful Instagram video where we made some zucchini muffins that I brought out to our last board meeting. This has been an opportunity for us to reduce sugar and meet folks' needs. We are investing $1.38 million into infrastructure. Infrastructure gives us capacity. So a lot of our equipment somewhat limits what we can do, where we're like, well, I would do this, but for this equipment that we have. So our opportunity now to invest in infrastructure will address things like sustainability and the quality of meals, particularly as we talk about plastic. Because if our equipment can support us with not having plastic enveloped in food, we're going to have better food all day. So I have a little notes here about what we're spending our funds on. I'm very excited about this blast chiller. We anticipate it's going to be done this week, and that is going to have multiple functionalities and get us to scratch cooking, but also some really cool stuff like bread baking. Nutrition education and taste testing is the thread that goes through every single activity that we do. You can make a great product, but if people don't know what it is, they don't know if it tastes good, they don't know what it does for your body, it's going to have a limited impact in terms of what our programming can do. So these are, I want to share one brief anecdote and I'll move right on. So our roasted broccoli over here, we did a nutrition education activity at an elementary school for 20 kids, K-6. The next day we offered roasted broccoli. We increased the amount of broccoli being consumed by 11 times. So we went from 1.5 pounds, which is nothing, just nothing, to 16 pounds consumed. And those kids were super excited because their friends were saying, this tastes good, I know what that is, and you should try it. Once those three conditions were met, we saw a dramatic increase in consumption, and it was awesome. We also can't do this without our partners. Our partners enable us to be places where students are. So for example, we had a great time at Santa Rosa High with the football team at a feeding session. And I got the most unique questions of what are the macros on this? And I was like, dude, I have no idea. Let me find out. 9 grams in the hummus, which apparently is not very good for football players. So we need to reformulate and come back with better macros. So as we said, we want to have more partners. We're going to work with more students. We had a great time with the student council yesterday, and I'm looking forward to further collaborations. Similarly, we saw a pretty dramatic increase in local procurement as a directed decision that we were going to buy better produce closer to home, because Sonoma County tastes amazing, and we really want to participate in that. Likewise, procurement is all about networking and meeting people who have shared values and shared vision of what we do. And we're so grateful to have some wonderful partners connecting us with local and organic growers, but also helping us identify how can we get better data and report better data. We have this wonderful opportunity to chat with folks about, are you a certified B Corp? What about your labor relation partners? And these are fantastic data points that we can then collect and then report out, in addition to how far away this stuff came from. And last but not least, the thing that I'm most excited about is sustainability and reducing the amount of plastic in foods. Food doesn't taste good when it's wrapped in plastic, full stop. If anything, it just takes a nosedive in quality. No one's having a great time. So we have been investing in compostables to make immediate moves, and we're buying equipment such as this mock-up that will enable us to put food directly on students' trays without plastic, which is going to dramatically increase the quality of the product. We did this at Hidden Valley for a trial run. Within 4 days, we saw a 78% increase in participation, which was terrifying because we have to serve this food. So that was fantastic. We did the same thing at Brook Hill. We found that there was a significant increase in participation, significant increase in excitement, and we think that this will be the case at every single school. At the elementaries, we've made some agreements with our health department about how we can get around some infrastructure issues so we can start much sooner. At our secondaries, it's going to require a lot more consideration and thought with design work because we're serving so many kids in such a short period of time. However, we are going to switch over to compostables. So we will have containers that we'll be handing off to students, but they will be compostables instead of plastic. Last but not least, I really want folks to sign up for the snack committee. I want every single community member to be able to participate and chat with me about what your expectations and needs are. And I want a representative group that reflects the needs of our community. So thank you so much. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Trustee Jenkins?
You mentioned being fully staffed, which is fantastic. So question for you and Lisa August, on the financial side. This is funded differently, right? And can you just say, each of you say a little bit about that and why that's so special?
So this is in a separate fund. It is Fund 13. It is legally required to be completely separate from our general fund. The funds that go into and out of it cannot be used for anything but school nutrition. Also, it's done a great job with getting infrastructure grants, and there've been some opportunities through the state. So those funds for many of those great projects have come through that specialized funding as well. And if you want to say any more about that.
Absolutely. So we get funded by the number of meals that we serve. And so naturally, the better your program is, the more meals you're going to serve. We had this opportunity with the summer program where, because we were the sponsors as a school district, we could change what we were serving and how we were serving to have more flexibility, which met the needs of students out at community school sites that otherwise would not have those opportunities. And so we were then able to serve more students, have less waste, and better improve our financial situation. So we are like a nonprofit restaurant is the best way that I can describe it. And like any restaurant, you need to show up with your A game. You got to have great service, you got to have great food, and you need to be in the right places at the right times.
If I can add another thing, which is that the food service program used to require a contribution from the general fund years ago. And with the change in funding and the way that Ed has, improved the program, it's really made a difference, and it is more than self-sustaining right now.
Awesome, thank you. And then, are you, and then if not, can you say why? Are you partnering with the school gardens and the culinary programs through the high school? How's that going? If you are, if you're not, why not?
Great question. So one of my favorite collaborators is Chef Colleen Spears, the chef instructor over at Ridgeway High School. Chef is fantastic as an accountability partner. Chef is also really direct about what students want and don't want. And from that, we're developing that as a best practice where we are working with culinary teachers and other teachers and other programs. One of my other favorite, I say this a lot, one of my other favorite collaborators is teacher Natasha Thiel over at Piner, who's a PE teacher, and having conversations about what we can do to do things differently. Likewise, with our community gardens, there is an opportunity for us to have some work with our public health department about creating culinary gardens that we can then use in our cafeteria spaces. So we can then say, like, this is a salad that you made. These are herbs and spices that you grew. In prior districts, we didn't have a really strong opportunity to do so because of county rules. And so we're eager to do so, particularly as we're hearing great things about the Santa Rosa Middle program, having really fantastic gardens. And we are definitely slipping our interest in there. Like, I really want is some rosemary. I really want is some thyme and some basil, because we can definitely use those on a regular basis. But yes, absolutely.
That's great. I know when I was touring some of the schools, Proctor Terrace does this really cool garlic thing, but they do it for all their students. It's just like the coolest thing. And then my last question is regarding the compostables. Compostables have been kind of a hit or miss thing generally, specifically in this area. So how are you going to kind of attack that part? And by hit or miss, I mean not really compostable. They don't actually get composted. They get stuck in the trash cycle, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. I also want to give a shout out to our friend, Michael Stanford, who was one of the first people to say, like, hey, when you do compostables, you need to speak to Recology and make sure this is going to work. And that has been a through line in all of our conversations. So as we get samples, we also set a sample aside for our friends at Recology and just say, hey, what do we think? Because you're right, if it's not compostable, then we are contributing to a problem without really being conscious of that. So we absolutely check in with our friends to make sure that things that are compostable for our county, and absolutely.
Student Board Member Zuniga and then Trustee Delatorre.
Okay. I know the pilot program for the compostables is at RVMS, right? It's super successful and it's proven to reduce waste. So when is that going to be, like, what is the timeline for that on all of these reduced plastic methods? When are they going to be adapted to like the district fully?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you. So the compostables are going to be replacing like for like. So right now we have plastic clamshells. They're not my favorite. They're awful. We are working with vendors right now. So it's really just a function of how soon we can get the compostable containers at secondaries. At our elementaries, I'm going to have a couple of conversations about what that change looks like at the school site for staff, because staff need to be supportive and make sure that there is enough support for them to do that kind of work. So once we have that, we have already purchased equipment as a pilot program at Lincoln Elementary School, where that sample picture that we had is going to be installed in place. We have a cooler, milk cooler, that looks a lot nicer than what we have. We have a new salad bar that's refrigerated, and then we have the hot well-based units. So that is something that we have purchased. It has a lead time of about 12 weeks. I'm gonna have to fact check that because I'm not entirely sure, but it is a long lead time. And at which point we'll do a pilot program, see what we like, what we don't like. We might have to make some adjustments to say like where the trays go, particularly where in elementary schools, we have to set like serving units lower for students, but then we want to be cognizant of staff's needs as well, because I'm 6'3" and serving a student at their level is very difficult on my back. So there's going to be some piloting that we do there. Likewise, we've reached out to a couple of vendors regarding some design work at the secondary level, because, and as we discussed yesterday, 600 students in 10 minutes is a bit of a rocket launch. And we need to make sure that whatever this design is, it will not take more time away from students to eat. So the short answer is, and I do this quite often as I ramble, the short answer is we will do a like-for-like replacement at secondaries just as soon as those compostables come in on order. At our elementary schools, there are going to be additional steps in consideration and preparation, but we do have an exception from the Sonoma County Department of Public Health, where historically we weren't able to wash dishes or wash sheet pans, which is the lifeblood of my kitchen. And so we now have an opportunity to transport dirty dishes back to central kitchen and take clean dishes over. One of the issues that we had is some of our newer schools have the appropriate sinks that we can use to wash and sanitize those sheet pans, where our older schools did not. And we didn't want to create a system of haves and have-nots just because of a sink. So short answer, like for likes will happen as soon as the order comes in. And then the more long-term stuff we're anticipating next year as a starting place for us to evaluate best practices and then push forward.
Okay, thank you. And then, so before we fully implement those programs, how are we going to deal with the waste of the compostables and the recyclables? Because I know at my school, we're high schoolers and still we don't recycle the right way, or we don't compost. Actually, there's not recycling bins or composting bins like accessible throughout our facilities. And so we end up just putting it all in the trash, and that's completely wrong. And I know our clubs have been working on it for like site-specific issues, but I just, it's a reoccurring thing, and it happens at elementary and then middle and then high. So I'd like to see implementation of just better ways to dispose of our waste before those programs get put into place, so that when they get put into place, they're just more effective.
Absolutely. We've had conversations with our friends over at Maintenance and Operations regarding the availability of appropriate receptacles. And we are working with Recology that have education programs, particularly regarding like separating out recyclables and compostables. I think with anything on design is it easy to do the right thing is the first question that we have to ask. Because if it's difficult or there's an unclear system that has to be implemented, we're going to have a bad time. So starting place is it easy to say yes to, I know where the compostables go or where recycling goes. And then I think, and this is maybe a bit naive, but there is the rule of cool, which is to say like I'm cool and I put this in the recycling because this is the move. For context, there is an enormous amount of like social cohesion that can come together when enough people are doing it, where it's like, I don't want to be missing out on being part of this cool clique that's putting things in the right places. And so I plan to work with students and work with site-specific staff so that we can encourage students in doing that. At our elementaries, we have fantastic supports. where our custodians are consistently the ones going like there, there, and there. And then students are getting iterative learning experiences. And it's a little different with secondaries, and I recognize that. But I think that there are definitely some opportunities for us to do some collaborations. But job one is it easy to do it? And I think that right now we can do something differently. And absolutely.
Thank you. That makes total sense. Thank you.
So Ed, I love hearing about CNS services in the department, and I think it's mainly because I love hearing you talk about it. Your passion and love is very pure and evident in everything you speak to. Obviously, you've been with us most of the evening, so you heard how important culinary has come up time and time again. And unfortunately, we are impacted by space and resources. Are there any opportunities with the success of the CNS department to have more innovative, collaborative conversations and opportunities with our culinary teachers and students?
I love that question. One of the things that I didn't mention, I used to be a culinary arts teacher and a food service director at the same time. So I'm very familiar with both sides of that coin, and then having students in a commercial kitchen space and what that looks like and what might happen and what has happened. I'm interested in exploring that further. I think that it would really reflect on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis of what the teacher's looking for, what the program is looking for, and most importantly, how we can create an opportunity. So for example, in my program where I was a teacher and the food service director, one of the final exams was make your best food. And then I might just take your best ideas and put it in the cafeteria. And we did on a regular basis. I love doing the collaborative work. I love having conversations, especially where there's this neat opportunity of I never thought to do that. So for example, at the student council meeting yesterday, we were chatting about using silken tofu to make chocolate mousse. And I was like, okay, hold on a second. My whole life, 40 years old, I had no idea. These are these opportunities where collaboration can happen. Likewise, if students know who we are and we have that opportunity to chat about what our menus are and how they work, we're going to have a much better outcome because they know our staff's name, they know my name, I know their name. So that connection before content is something that we could definitely focus on. So the short answer is yes, I would love to. And I think it's going to be case by case or school by school, just so that we can make sure that we're meeting everyone's needs. But I'm very much open to that.
It's just that lived experience and that the knowledge you're bringing to the table. It makes those conversations so much easier to have of, okay, what do I do now with such limited space? Or how do I change what was working in an environment that's no longer available to have something creative and informative moving forward differently? So appreciate your work, appreciate your time. Thank you for tonight's presentation.
I had a couple of questions. So I interact with the students quite a bit. I do alumni interviews for students applying to college. I do Boys and Girls State. One of my favorite questions I ask is like, if you were principal for the day, what would you improve most of your school? And boy, school, school food is always up there as one of the top ones. So I appreciate the number of meals you're serving, and there's obviously meals served versus meals eaten is a big struggle, I know, because sure, you can serve the meal, but the kids actually eating it. And meal quality, they're like, oh, half the food goes into the garbage all the time. And a lot of it is the plastics, like you're talking about, like, oh, it just tastes like plastic. So is there a way, I know Recology has a way of like, they can weigh like how much food is being wasted. Do we do that? Do we track that at all?
Not presently, but it is something that I'm interested in doing. So the programs that I've observed, there is, to Trustee Zuniga's point, there is a lot of buy-in from student, staff, and the food program to make that really effective kind of interventions. So I'm very interested in doing so. It is going to require a lot of partnerships to see that, that we are measuring food waste as opposed to, say, empty juice containers. But I think that there is an enormous amount of space for metrics and driving some of that work. So one of the things that we're really eager to get into as we explore our programs is, for example, we had this idea Principal Mark Ryan said, hey, I had some students suggested baked potato bars. What do you think? I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's find out. So we did a pilot. We loved it. It's now doing exceptionally well. I'm seeing some nodding. I love that. And so likewise, I had a student email me, which I have to say is my favorite part of the day is when students let me know how things are going. He said, you know, hey, your wings are pretty dope, but also like, I feel like the meat and the nachos could be better. And I was like, all right, like, what are we thinking? Al pastor, carnitas, like, what can we do differently with this product? And so one of the things that I'm eager to do with our snack committee and with our work with the superintendent student council, and even just interacting with students at school sites is what's working, what's not working, because it may be site specific. It might be that one school prefers cheese pizza, one prefers pepperoni, but we can find clusters and groupings of things that are working really well and things that we need to improve upon, most of all. I think that the thread line with nutrition education is also a really important thing as well, because I've had conversations with students who are like, I'm here for the pizza and I'm going to leave everything else. I was like, I hear that and I respect it, but also like, I need you to eat fruits and vegetables, dude. Like, it's going to help you do amazing things. It'll make you famous. So there is a lot of opportunities for us to improve on our programming. I had a wonderful chat yesterday where a student suggested, hey, what about tofu? And I was like, cool. But I also need, or what is it? Does it taste good? And what does it do for our bodies? And so having kind of ambassadors discussing, this is what this thing is, and you're going to like it. And like we saw with the broccoli, we're going to have a much better outcome.
Yeah, thanks. You led me right into the next question. It's good. The fresh fruit and vegetable program. So, you know, California Department of Education has a grant for that. Did we apply for that? Do we apply for it every year? Did we receive it?
Yeah, so the fresh fruit and vegetable program is pretty rad. One of the things that I found challenging was we had an embarrassment of grant opportunities. And so the fresh fruit and vegetable program, I don't recall how much it is this year, but I have administered it in the past, which was great, and we had a great time with it. We also needed a lot of buy-in and support because we couldn't run it during lunch. So we had to do it during outside times. So that meant that we'd have to get into classroom time or during recess, which we thought was going to be a little bit challenging. However, as we wrap up the existing grants that we have, we will have some capacity to pursue other grant opportunities.
Okay. Well, I'm also glad you brought up the fact about the lines and wait time for the food, because that was the second thing that the kids always brought up. It's like, I'm waiting all this time in line, and now I've got 2 minutes to try to wolf down this meal. So, you know, anything we can do to obviously reduce the lines would be great. Lastly, I know the USDA visit was supposed to happen this month, but got put off. Do you have any update on that at all?
Oh, absolutely. So the National School Food Study has been rescheduled to May 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Okay, I'm in town. I'd love to
Yep.
tag along if possible for that. Thanks.
That sounds great.
All right, that was discussion only, no action needed. So we'll move on to F8, discussion of the Elsie Allen New School Model Update. Thank you, Ed. And I do want the board to be aware that we have a few public comments on F8.
Do they do that first or they do the? Thank you, President Minnelli. We're going to go ahead and start, I suppose. Associate Superintendent August, members of the board, student staff, and community at Santa Rosa City Schools. We're going to go ahead and get started with the new school model presentation. To get us started is Director Debbie Cardozo, CTE, Director of CTE.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Debbie Cardozo. I'm a Director of College and Career Readiness, and I'm very excited to be here. And before we dive into our presentation, I would like to invite our guests to introduce ourselves. Casey, we'll go ahead and start with you first.
Hi, Casey Cunningham, Assistant Principal.
Elizabeth Gordon-Stoll, your substitute principal. I'm Erica Raffo. I'm Coordinator, College and Career Readiness.
My name is Leslie Simmons. I'm the Vice President of Impact and Investments at the Career Technical Education Foundation.
Robert Curtis, Career Technical Education Foundation.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Nash. I'm a dual language immersion TOSA.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Why isn't it going? Haha, there we go. Okay. The new school model is an initiative focused on redesigning the educational experience to ensure that integrated, relevant, and career-connected learning opportunities are at the core of secondary school models to ensure more equitable and holistically prepared youth for future success in college, career, and life. In 2020, the CTE Foundation of Sonoma County brought together LC Allen High School and schools from 2 other districts in Sonoma County to work collaboratively on redesigning the educational experience. In 2021, the CTE Foundation awarded a planning grant to LC Allen High School in the amount of $50,000 to support this transformational work. In 2022, the CTE Foundation was awarded an American Rescue Plan Act grant in the amount of $1.1 million to support LC Allen High School with reforming their educational model to deliver authentic, relevant, and integrated learning experiences that prepare youth for a lifetime of success. The goals of the grant focus on developing and operationalizing a graduate profile, developing robust CTE programs, and investing in professional development. As we mentioned earlier, we are very excited to have the CTE Foundation here with us tonight, as they have been a tremendous partner in this work. And because of their partnership and support, LC Allen High School has been able to accelerate and enhance its efforts in transforming the school.
So for more than a decade, CTE Foundation has been a dedicated champion for career technical education in Sonoma County. Our mission is all about connecting high school students to high demand, high wage, and high skill careers that not only drive our local economy, but also help students envision a successful future for themselves right here in Sonoma County. Think of CTE Foundation as the glue in college and career pathways. We bring together diverse partners like Santa Rosa City Schools, our local colleges, and local employers to create opportunities for all of our students. As an intermediary, we coordinate efforts across all of our county schools, provide crucial support, and work to ensure equitable access to pathways, career pathways, essentially connecting the dots between education and industry. And we provide grants for CTE classes, teachers, and new programs like the New School Model Initiative, while supporting a coordinated effort to weave public and private funding to sustain and advance connected learning in Sonoma County. Next slide, please. We are not doing this work in a vacuum. We are fortunate to be part of a national movement for accelerated pathways, and we have been partnering with an initiative that is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. These pathway models let high school students earn college credit or job credentials while still in high school. It's really about a head start for their future. To make this work for all students, our role as intermediary, we're developing a shared vision with local schools, colleges, businesses, and our County Office of Education to create these opportunities together, ensuring that everyone has a fair chance. Our goal is that thousands of our students in Sonoma County gain this valuable edge in the next several years, really preparing them for good jobs and a strong local economy. Next slide. Over the past 10 years, as Debbie touched on a little bit, CTE Foundation has directly invested more than $1 million in grants to Santa Rosa City Schools, with the majority going to LC Allen High School. We truly have a deep commitment to your school community, to our school community. These funds have supported crucial staffing, teacher professional development, and the creation of a community-driven portrait of a graduate. And through proactive efforts, with Debbie at the helm, I think, Santa Rosa really has successfully leveraged an additional $1 million through other funding sources, as you see on the screen here. This collaborative effort demonstrates the power of a strong partnership and maximizing opportunities for our students. We are asking that we not start from scratch in this effort. This groundwork is significant, but our work is not done. I ask that we work together to build on this investment that we've done for the last several years. We've laid a strong foundation, and now is the time to leverage this momentum to design even more meaningful and relevant programs for the students of Elsie Allen High School. And now I'm going to invite my colleague, Robert, who's going to share a little bit more about this foundation.
Thank you for having us tonight here, board. This is what you're looking at is some strategic goals that Elsie Allen developed over the last couple of years. This is done with their leadership team and with their staff. And it highlights some of what you've heard about already, as well as you're going to hear coming up next. So some of the big things that we were working on is how do we make sure we're supporting students? How do I make sure that teachers are feeling supported? Because we know if you don't have teachers who are feeling supported, you're not going to have students who are feeling supported. And then we anchored that around this portrait of a graduate. What do you want students to know and be able to do? And we did that together with the community to find that. Around these smaller circles, these were some of the initiatives we actually were involved in. I'll highlight just a few. One of them was professional learning communities. And you'll hear more about that in a minute. But we had teacher teams actually working together, going through cycles of improvement. One of those, which Casey will speak to, is having school be a place of joy. And we were looking at youth truth data to see how that tracked, and teachers were trying things. And that was one piece. Another element was project-based learning. This was done school-wide. And it was a core part of how we imagined that the pathways would actually work as an instructional strategy within the pathways, with teachers working together to actually work on projects that were engaging, relevant, and connected to the career theme. One other element that we worked on was working with the instructional leadership team there. We were excited to work with them on these strategic goals over the last few years and having them see their growth in leadership and moving from being mostly talking about departments to looking at school-wide initiatives and trying to build coherence. So these are just some of the pieces and how they connect, and you'll hear more about that in the slides ahead.
All right, so next is our graduate profile. Beginning with school year 2021-2022, we worked with Karina Huey, a consultant, and a team of Elsie Allen and Cesar Chavez Language Academy students, staff, which included teachers, classified staff, and administrators, to discuss and analyze the input that we gathered from all stakeholders as to what we desired in our graduate profile. Staff and a few students met over the next summer for intensive professional development around implementing the graduate profile in classrooms. Teachers created sample projects and shared their ideas while students vetted them by giving constructive feedback. As we continued working to bring the graduate profile to life, the profile of a graduate committee reformed with additional staff, students, and parents. They continued to meet and work on implementation strategies, particularly around the use of portfolios, where students are able to showcase the ways in which they have met the graduate profile outcomes.
Thank you. When we began the new school model initiative work, Elsie Allen had an established agriculture and public safety CTE program. Based on student feedback through our work and industry needs, we established a public and community health program last school year and an education CTE program starting this school year. In addition to expanding career technical education opportunities at Elsie Allen High School, we have been establishing early college credit opportunities for students connected to our CTE programs. We have a strong partnership again with the Santa Rosa Junior College and have established a college and career access pathway agreement with the SRJC to offer Elsie Allen students dual enrollment courses taught during the school day on the high school campus, which we're very excited about, and we're looking to expand that next school year. We have also expanded work-based learning opportunities for students, which include connections to the Santa Rosa Community Health Center on campus, Sutter Health, as well as the Sonoma County Fair Foundation, just to name a few. We look forward to having our annual career conference next week on April 29th, and we hope that you can attend and check out all the amazing things that are happening on the LC Allen campus next week. Finally, we are working on developing integrated pathways that support collaboration between our CTE program teachers and core academic teachers to develop cross-curricular projects for students.
Okay, and then I'll speak a little bit to professional development. LC Allen High School operates as a professional learning community. Within that community are department-based professional learning teams. These teams are focused on improving learning for students. They collect data to determine whether or not their teaching methods actually produced improvements in learning. And from that data, teams make necessary adjustments in a never-ending cycle of improvement. This year's focus has been on making school a more joyful it has been focused on making school more joyful for students through improved instructional practices, which Casey Cunningham will be speaking to in a couple of slides. Okay, next slide. And then in addition, we've also been doing some project-based learning for integrated college and career pathways. Project-based learning in our CTE courses, they have cross-disciplinary projects that connect academic content to the real-world challenges. And we've prioritized student voice and choice in those projects to drive engagement. The it's inclusive and empowered instructional leadership team has been restructured this year to focus on instructional equity and school culture. And those leaders are able to support teachers with coaching, calibration, and shared leadership.
Okay, so we started our professional learning community early this August. Our leadership crew, who some are still here right now, we came up with a common problem of practice during our annual team leader retreat. You heard we focused on bringing joy into the classroom. Now, each department kind of had their different idea of what joy was, but let me emphasize, joy was not popcorn and parties. Our focus has been to raise the bar academically, to challenge our students, and to focus on group work, as well as student engagement, with the emphasis on reading, writing, speaking, and learning. Because of this focus, we've moved the needle on so many different areas in our youth truth data and our surveys that we took. Here's a few of them that just kind of stand out. I am able to motivate myself to do schoolwork, improve from the 33rd percentile to the 76th. I'm able to focus on my school work, improved from the 38th to the 69th, and I'm able to create goals for my own learning, improved from the 17th to the 53rd. We had a few more. My teacher expectations want me to do my best, improved from 36 to 46. What I learned in class helps me outside of school was 54 to the 80th. I enjoy school, which was our focus, a huge change in 45 to 75. And I'm getting a high quality education in the school from 22 to 46. Now, those are some of the highlights, but if you literally look at this and peel the onion, we have improved in every category in our Youth Truth survey. Some of the ones that stood out, my teachers explained things in the way that I understand. We went from below Santa Rosa City Schools average to above the median. The work that I do for my classes makes me really think below average to above Santa Rosa City Schools median. My teachers give me assignments that really help me learn. Once again, below the average to above the median. And this is not only for Santa Rosa City Schools, but this is for the county as well. And lastly, in order to receive a good grade, I have to work hard in my classes. We were at the median and now we're above the median. We challenged our students, we set expectations, and our students showed what you can do when you really focus on something together. To finish, we focused on joy and we moved the needle from the 45th to the 75th. In my 20 years, I've never seen that kind of movement in any of the surveys that we've ever done. And it's just, people there are absolutely amazing to work with, and our students are unbelievable.
Moving on to the dual language immersion strand, as a capstone to complete the K-12 pathway that begins at CCLA, a DLI strand exists at LC Allen. in a company that, in addition to the ARPA grant funds, Multilingual Services secured a grant written by Rocio Michio and Director Llamas in 2022 for $380,000, as you saw a few slides back. And that grant cannot fund the sections or the teachers, but helps supplement that program with the three following objectives, and that it would be expanding the DLI program to the high school, elevating multilingualism, and supporting professional development focused on multilingualism and multicultural education. The following slide shows some of the specific areas that that grant has been used to really dig deeper in expanding that grant. Those, I think it's about 9 bullets show where that grant has been focused. It does fund the DLI immersion TOSA. That will be the remaining TOSA that we currently have. That one, because of the fact that that is a restricted resource, was the TOSA that was not RIFT. So you can see it supports advisory team meetings, support for credentialing of BCLAD teachers, which is something that is required when you are funding a DLI strand. And it's an area of need that we have in the district. We partner with Dr. Jose Medina, who's known in the industry to be a real voice supporting multilingual, multicultural education. Professional development has been supported for cross-functional work between CCLA and LC Allen. So you see a number of different resources, a number of different places that the resource has been used here to support the DLI strand.
Dr. Castro, I want to make sure we get to these public comments before we have to adjourn.
Sure.
Could you give us like a super quick version of the last couple slides, and then we can always bring this back in a future meeting if we need to?
A quick version of the remaining slides? I'm sorry.
Perhaps we could just go to public comment right now, and then if we
Yeah.
have time, go back to the slides.
Sure.
Oh, because we have so many slides left, you mean?
We have,
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
we have 9 minutes. All right, I have Kamala Brown, followed by Jim Letty, followed by Kathy Hayes. And you'll have 90 seconds each.
You want to do 17? Who does something? Oh, got it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kamala Brown. I'm the science department chair at LC Allen. I've worked there for 8 years. You just heard about all the work that we've done at LC Allen to become a school that better serves our students in this current moment. And you also heard about how our efforts to change have shown results. We're not where we want to be yet, but we're moving in the right direction. This is one reason why it was so painful to hear some of you on this board say things like, no one wants to go to LC Allen. It made us feel like you view the 1,000 students that choose to attend LC Allen as no one. If you truly want to see LC Allen be a better school, I ask that you do not collapse our attendance boundaries. This work that is going on there, anyway, it doesn't make sense. I think that it's obvious that our school suffers from an unfair stigma caused by years of systemic and institutional factors, including systemic racism that has given us this bad reputation. We need time to turn that around, and if you collapse the boundaries, we'll lose too many students before we're able to turn into a school that can attract students. So I really would hope that you rethink that. I also, I have 8 seconds. Anyway, I just want to say that you have partners in the staff there to make
Thank you.
this school
Your
as
time
good
is
as it
up.
can be.
Next is Jim Letty, followed by Kathy Hayes.
Hi, Jim Letty, parent from Southwest Santa Rosa. I would just like to continue on what was just said. This work reflects very clearly that there are partners in the ELSA community of staff, students, and parents who can turn the page in this transformation process in imagining or reimagining what ELSA is going to be in this sort of new environment as envisioned by the board as it's made its difficult decisions on school consolidations. I'm going to diverge for a few seconds and say maybe the issue of school consolidation shouldn't be a regular report item in board meetings, that you should set up some secondary, just board meetings to rebuild the communication relationship. You are in the unfortunate position of being in extraordinary times with this community. Tomorrow's headlines will again rock the world, but having us set aside to work out those items that are coming up in those empowerment meetings might do that. Moving forward with LC Allen, I know that there are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of people that will be volunteers to support your staff, your district office, and this board as they invest in the next chapter of an amazing institution. I want to thank the staff for this presentation. I know it was supposed to come earlier in the cycle. So hopefully we'll have more good news stories like this, and thank you for your presentation tonight.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Hayes.
My name's Kathy Hayes, and I'm a classified staff member at LC Allen High School. I'm just here to support and acknowledge the ongoing great work that continues to occur at LC Allen High School. You know, in spite of the tremendous challenges to and at our school, we continue to get up, dust our knees off, and continue to do the necessary work to transform and highlight the things that are happening at LC Allen High School. I gotta say, and it was said several times tonight, we're exhausted. It is sometimes extraordinarily hard. For whatever reason, our school, our staff, and our students continue to endure an incredible amount of hatred aimed at our community by community members. And sometimes it's just really, really intense. And sometimes it just makes it harder to continue forward. I got to say that we're an incredible community that gets knocked down over and over and over again. And we get up, we pick ourselves up, and we continue to move forward. And I look forward to continue to serve the students that we're currently serving, students in Southwest, students that are multilingual, students with disability, and students that want to make LC Allen their home.
Thank you. All right, we have less than 4 minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to add?
We have one more slide.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So as you've heard this evening, there has been a great deal of work being done at LC Allen High School to transform the educational experience for students and shared local efforts and partnerships to support this work. As we look ahead, we want to build on this foundational work and continue to support LC Allen High School to serve the students and families in the community, support staff in utilizing project-based learning as a core instructional strategy, continue to build on and expand industry and community partnerships, and continue to empower the staff at LC Allen High School to lead the school transformational process. Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, a couple things. I just wanted to say, CT Foundation folks, a lot of the work that you're doing on the internship coalition and how that will play out here. Also wanted to just echo what Ms. Brown said, that I really feel that there's been a lot of investment to make this happen for years. A lot of investment, time, you know, teaching, and I really want to see it come to fruition. And you know, I just want to put that out there for the board. Thank you all for all your work.
Trustee Kirby?
Hopefully a quick question, just do you know how many students at LC Allen are participating in each of the programs currently? I don't know if you have that number handy. If not, it's okay, you can get back to us.
I thought I had that number with me. I think if I remember correctly, it's like 404 CTE students. It's like about 42% of the student population in a CTE program currently this year.
Trustee Caston?
For the public safety track, do we track how many of those students go into the local academies and end up in our local fire or police departments? And can you send that data when we have more than 90 seconds?
Yeah, I could speak to that. I'm going to be doing a CTE update soon to the board, so I could definitely bring that forward at that time.
Just because we have a lot of efforts around community-based public safety, and it'd be good to know how we're feeding into that goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, one formal request. 60 seconds later, I'd like to formal request that we review the administration shuffles that have taken place and ensure that we're properly aligned and don't have any further questions or changes that could or could not be made, because we have a lot of positions going up for openings in Ed Join that people want those jobs that are here. So if we can formally look into that, that'd be great.
Thank you all for staying so long. Sorry.
Meeting adjourned.